Walter Kaneakua.
Hey, Pulikako. Our dear Heavenly Father, mahalo keakua for so many celebrations, for celebrating our ali'i this past week, for celebrating our fathers at the beginning of this week, for celebrating the service of one of our commissioners, specifically Dennis Nevis, and all these people have brought to our lives. We thank you for this space. We thank you for the day. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let us lift each other up. Let us remember our duties and our responsibilities. Let us be civil to one another and kind. Let us do things that bring honor to you. So bless our proceedings. Bless all the people that are coming, those that are here, those that we represent, those that are online. And all these things we ask in your name, and we give you thanks. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Walter. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at Halepono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu. I'm Carly Watson, Chairman of the Commission. Today's date is Monday, June 16, 2025. The time is 9:36. Okay, Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas is outside somewhere. Okay, Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa is excused. Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua is excused. Commissioner Marfil is excused as well. Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
I will note Commissioner Freitas is here, although he's outside. So 6 members present, we have a quorum.
Okay. Okay, the approval of the agenda. Following the approval of minutes and public testimony, the Commission will take out of order items C1, C2, C3, and H1. Then return to the agenda as listed. The Commission will convene in an executive session and have lunch at noon. There is no community meeting tonight. The next DHHL community meeting is on July 22nd in Papakolea, Oahu. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or comments regarding the meeting minutes of May 19th and 20th of 2025?
Chair, I do.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. So on page 12 of 37, this has to do with the Kauai High lease. So my statement, at the end of the statement of the sentence reads, the Commission should request an update at the next meeting in Waimea in 2026. I prefer that we schedule an update rather than just say should.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other amendments or comments? If not, with that suggested amendment, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Oh, sorry. Demont is the only one.
Okay, we have for public testimony on the agendized item, Demont Manaole.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
Iman Kalai Manaole, co-manager Hope Manapono LLC, a Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation operating out of One Night Coast. And first I'd like to congratulate Dennis Nevis. And, even though we wasn't on the same boat sometimes, we definitely did Kanaka together. And we're going to continue to move as Kanaka together. So I appreciate your mana'o all these years. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Right. So I came here to support 3 agenda items, G1, F3, and F4. Strongly support that. And I was prepared to be able to expound upon that. But I just like you guys know that I strongly support that. Because there's something more pressing I would like to share with you. First of all, I'd like to, if we can just take a moment to say a prayer for Ohana over there in Kahiki Nui. That is a very important thing that's happening right now to our lahui. And we can just take a small prayer in your heart for that. I appreciate that. Okay. With regards to Kahiki Nui, you know, there's been many times we've been talking about taking care of our homesteads, especially after Lahaina. And now look, we get another major issue just like Lahaina, you know, blowing up right now in our own face, in our own backyard, in our homesteads. And I have a particular love for Kahiki Nui. That was the first place that I went put for pastoral. I ended up moving that to Oahu to agriculture. However, so I love that place over there. Nanakuli Homestead, we get issues. We get issues in Nanakuli Homestead. On March 16, 2016, I watched that Hawaiian Telecom transformer blow and cause a major fire that went threatening the homestead. I was there when that happened. And I remember One Eye Homestead almost burned to the ground when a fire came over the mountain to threaten the homestead over there. So I think we gotta be proactive and you know, I know get plenty rules, regulations, policies, and procedures in place for this kind of stuff, but I think I would like to ask the commission if you guys can just take a moment to see that we have an emergency over here. Kahiki Nui is just one that's blowing up right now. This is summertime. Waianae Homestead is being threatened with drought. Nanakuli Homestead is being threatened with drought. Luluole is being threatened with drought. You know, and homesteads across the state. So I would like to ask if there's anybody, especially I'm talking to my Oahu commissioners. You know, I love and respect you guys dearly. If we can just, I'd like to ask if we can take one vote of, or do something to do an emergency proclamation or something to get, to support the department to enact quickly, right now, like as if it was our own fires in our own homesteads. If the fire even threatened your own homes where you live, we can do something right now. So, I don't know if, I know this time there's no discussion between us, but maybe we can go out of order or something. Is there something that you guys can do right now to assure our lahui that you're going to take action now? Because we need them now. Chair, commissioners, anybody?
We are working on that. As you know, we had that symposium.
Right.
We're very active in working with the key players in the control of the wildfires.
Right.
We are closely monitoring the Kahiki Nui situation and having very timely updates. So at this point, there has been no damage to any of the homestead structures, and the people that are living there are in a protective situation.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, because we're not being fed information from media or anybody,
sure.
you know, but it is a concern because that's
same here.
all
Yeah,
lahui
very,
over
very
there.
concerned.
But all right, thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Robert Branco. And again, this is on agendized items, please. So if you can stay focused on a particular agendized item, that would be appreciated.
Hello. Let's talk about the agenda about C3. First of all, coming in a position, young, when you talk about budget and all this kind of stuff like that. So the question is this, yeah, we're just gonna come and bring it straight to light. So it all stems from mom, yeah, needing help with Nahaza. You know? So I've been to conferences with the Indians and all this, became one of a mentee for Chief Lynn Malerva. See, the thing is this, it's so sad that I have to step out of line. I come to the Kanakas, I come to everybody, even people in office. How can we get this funding for the Nahaza? Yeah? And the Nahaza thing in the situation is that my auntie, the kupunas, a lot of kupunas, even Nanakuli, I come from the east side, I come from Wamanalo. And they qualify for the Nahaza. But what blocks them is this, the ERR. I said, the ERR? It's okay. So we look into it, and I go ask questions, Next thing I started doing was a survey in Wamanalo, 128 alone waiting for the ERR. Auntie waited 9 years already, for the ERR. So I ask questions, I get bounced around from my Kanakas, So I go and I research and I call, I call my mentor and say, hey, you know what, because this is where it derived from, Everybody knows that the Nahaza is the Native American, housing. And, the self-development and, the fundings. What is so crazy is that she said, hey, you know what, go look into these things. So she gave me some addresses to look into, And when looking into the situation, I was going to this address, and it became a familiar situation, I said, I used to hang out over here. I used to be over here. The question is, Carly, are you familiar with, what's that, 911095 Enterprise and Monterey Avenue? That's the question.
You're going to give me more info on what you're talking about.
Well, let me give you let me bring you to light in this situation. That's a subleased land that comes from the Hawaiian Homes inventory. So you guys have the right to sublease and all this stuff. The recognition is that some years back, I used to go to this place. And we used to work for this guy, Carla. Okay? And what we did was, this place, is you get shops, you get chop shops, You get people that's working over there, Nigerians, Russians, Mexicans. The place is just total. I get videos, pictures, everything, So I started doing the research. I started to reach out to my handlers, So a lot of people are saying, oh, you got to watch out. So watch out for what? So doing further investigation, this place is subleased, and the land comes from the Hawaiian Homes land inventory. So, you're dealing with some heavy people. I said, heavy people? I don't need to worry about heavy people. I get 3 handlers in 3 different entities. This is transparency. I put them all on the table. I've been on confidential informer for FBI, DEA, and Homeland Security. My last project with the Homeland Security was out in Hawaiian, the Puhonua, investigating the situation because my niece was missing, on the sex trafficking. Was under John Tobin, but he had retired. And Steve, I know Steve from the FBI for the fact that I was involved, with the Maui situation. I know corruption. I was with one of the best, until they got busted. So, Milton Choi was one of my bosses. I was the guy that go and take care of the office, take care of the conference room, make sure everything was all up to par. Just, the thing was stocked. When I look at the list, who was on the list? He was one of the biggest corruptors, with H2O water system. I was the guy that used to go and deliver the envelopes to Ty Collins, to also, I call him Jaime, he used to get irritated, but Kalani English, and also Mr. Stent in Maui. My issue is this, what will trigger everything that comes up, is that the Nahaza, I just strip out. And the ERR, that when my handlers, I reached out to them, this property never even do the ERR on this property. And when you look at this property today, when you look at this property today, the thing is so contaminated. Like I said before, take on the address, it's 9110 95 Enterprise Way, okay? You get all kind of places, I get pictures and videos, you get guys inside this property, this is spraying cars, you get pots all over the place, oil spill, and batteries, broken batteries all over the place. It's Hawaiian homes now. So the thing is that, when we come back into the Nahaza, I trip out because I did interviews with kupunas in Lanakoli. You get uncles over there, they've been waiting for years, for this Nahaza. See, what happens is that with the narrative and the rhetoric that is put into position, is that, well, you know what? They don't deserve the Nahaza because the Hawaiians say we don't like to be recognized as Indians. In the Recognition Act, when they went for the conference, these Hawaiians in position came back, but these Hawaiians that was in position, they was in a position of like this. Well, they're going to shine the light. They're going to take away our comfortability. And came back with all false narratives.
Mr. Bronco, can you kind of
Well, my thing is this, colleague.
conclude?
I used to work for your son. And your partner, Steve Hawk, there was a situation, your son used to party. We used to go over there, hang out at his place. And we started collecting money from the tenants or whatever. Because there was a situation, that was told that Steve Hawk was ripping you off. You know when we lead up to Steve Hawk ended up losing his life. My cousin Jonathan then would smash him. Because the thing is that, in one situation. So my question is this. How come you get in the house, how come you get on a project that is opening up in Yorktown, that is going to have the house of funding, with 6.3 million, the team was allocated and team was taken care of, signed off from Cynthia Resentes. What is that? In the house of management. So, the thing is like, all this went into, I'm not trust no federal government or any government that is here in Hawaii, So all my things is all going up with my mentor, where she still has connection because she was the Secretary of Treasury for the United States. In regards, in the situation, that we are also called, coming in, nonpartisan, to go and testify in the county. See, Brenton Awa, Samantha G. Corte, and Diamond Garcia, they never go up there for one tour. They went up there, they went up there for, to go and do a proposal, to propose one federal audit on all Hawaiian entities because things is not porno. People live in Ono. And the thing is this, I'm not one Hawaiian, because I look and I find dirt, I go pull you on the side and tell you, you know what, I need this. If not, I'm going to expose you. I want Hawaiians, they're going to come, and put things on the table, put things on the table and be transparent. To be transparent, that's all it is. And this is so sad. The Nahas are going to be funding this New Yorktown project.
Okay, Mr. Bronco, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Freitas,
Appreciate it.
I would just like to thank you for helping my cousin, because you was there,
Okay.
with
Thank-
with Kanani Abe.
Okay.
You heard her story. 40 years she was on the list.
Okay.
All of a sudden, the time for building a house, this is what the guys told them, oh, you know what? Hey, you guys, you kind of shocked. And
Okay.
hopefully I'd like to apologize to you because I used to come.
You don't have to
here and do this.
apologize.
Oh, it's how you do this committee. Well,
Thank,
you know what I mean? No,
thank-
no, Hawaiian-
thank you, Mr. Bronco. Okay, the next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Happy belated Father's Day. I had the pleasure of watching about 30 fathers try to teach their elementary school age children how to pole fish in a small boat harbor. All the lines, all tangled up. But it was good fun watching them. But what I want to mahalo all of you for is the opportunity to share our community concern and hopefully get a favorable response. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So my name is Jojo Tanemoro, and I live in Kauai High in the Kailapa subdivision below the permittee. I'm talking to item F2, the request. I'm requesting to defer the renewal of revocable permit number 496 until you guys, the commission, gets to consider some of the issues that we have out here. Um, the Kailapa community in 2024 and 2010 in the regional plan set a priority need for an evacuation road from Kailapa subdivision to the neighboring subdivision, Kohala Estates. Nothing has happened, and we are located between two gulches. This approval does not um, show an amount of land needed for the evacuation road. There's no location or connection to the road. There's no communication, nothing. Okay, so that's 2010. This revocable permittee has no address to the impacts like flooding, erosion, loss of shoreline fish habitat, increase in feral goat population that affects the roadway safety, etc. So I'm hoping item C of this renewal will allow the chairman to negotiate and set forth other terms and conditions. Um, what else? I have testified that the department has community issues. So I participated with the county advisory councils, and I was able to make contact with the public works department, and they have secured some funds to work with DHHL for this evacuation road that's going to need the land in this ROE. They are having problems trying to contact Hawaiian Homes or get a response or anything. So the Public Works, the Hazard Mitigation, Fire Department are waiting on DHHL. I was told DHHL also has funding for this project, but nothing is happening. The West Hawaii Fishery Council, which is part of DLNR, has concerns with the erosion issues into the harbor and into the lands in the ocean because of the gulches. And you guys were here at Pali High, that's only one gulch. You got about 5 more that's impacting our shoreline and our fishing sustainability. And so it's not reflected in this request for approval. Also, the commission approved a fire break project. This agreement includes fencing around Kailapa subdivision, but we are still waiting on the portion. Hello. It still has no gate, so we are trapped in the subdivision. And they were supposed to make an archaeological survey, and to my knowledge, nothing happened. And nothing is reflected in this request to approve. I also have a confusion that I asked before, and that is the county property tax office does not recognize this Palikoki Ranch as paying taxes. It's under Kahua Ranch. So is this a sub-permittee of some sort? Or how does this program work? So the beneficiaries out here are kind of concerned for our traffic safety, especially down by the harbor, because we only get one lane come in, traffic lane, and the other lane goes out. And when you get flooded out, the highway is closed. Nobody get nothing from the containers. They cannot move. And then when you get to Kailapa and our gauges overflow, you cannot go anywhere again. I'm hoping that the commission can get back to me with a favorable response to consider before you approve today. We've been waiting for a long time, and I think we're overdue with our safety. So thank you very much. You have any questions?
No, thank you, Jojo. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person to testify, Patty Kahanamoku Teruya on F4.
Aloha, Chairman. Aloha, Commissioners. Long time no see. I think it's Happy New Year. Thank you for this opportunity. At first, I wanted to speak on item C5, if I may, because I won't be here tomorrow. But I did want to commend the enforcement team. I know they're on your agenda for update status. And the reason I commend them is that we as homesteaders receive, emails every month of if you have any problems or fill up a form, or if you have any drug activity in your area, let the enforcement team know. And I think they develop a great program because it opens up a communication program with beneficiaries and, to see what kind of illegal activities that you have. I commend them also because I reached out on several items on its LMD, Kuliana, Linda. And, some of these things that LMD must follow up on. I don't think it's the enforcement team. And so there are concerns in the Waianae Moku on some follow-ups from LMD. So moving forward, I'm speaking on F4, and it's before I open up, it's this project on Ulukekekui, and Chairman, we all worked on it since 2018 in our Waianae Moku. It was 20 years from Governor Lingo that provided that transitional housing, and 2018, I think HCDB had the opportunity to get the RFP. I think nobody else wanted it. And I think the reason why nobody else wanted it, by doing your homework, is it is a difficult project to finance. I understand when you go into rehabilitation, redoing this townhouse buildings that have been out there for like over 30 years. It will cost you more, especially now with COVID, that, with construction costs, it will cost you double the amount to rehabilitate. So I know that this project is moving forward, and I kind of did my homework because when I first saw gratis means we all know it's free. So part of your submittal we'll see in item B, it's that the rent will be gratis. And it kind of questioned me is that why are we giving a developer 65-year lease in a gratis term? But when I kind of did my research and looked at the Bolodrome, and maybe you can correct me, the Bolodrome is an affordable unit for waitlisters, and I think their rent was also gratis, Mr. Chairman, correct? I think there is a clause that I had to read and understand if it is for homesteaders, beneficiaries, or waitlisters, then they can attempt for the gratis rental program. Am I correct? So I kind of did my reading. But I just wanted to, for Ulukekekui, it's been very passionate in our community. We had several presentations as a former neighborhood board chair, having it either kupuna housing or affordability housing. And I think the affordability would be an awesome move because there is a long list for the Nanakuli Halemakana also that we want to see families get into proper housing. It didn't show on the submittal of the rent. I was just concerned about the rent, and maybe commissioners should ask, what is the rent on affordability? What is a 2-bedroom or maybe the presenters would do that, but what is a 3-bedroom? A lot of times we say affordability, but it doesn't come out to be affordable when it comes to our, our homesteaders or our kupunas. So that's one of the strikes that I wanted to bring up. And I know the LLCC, Ikenakea, they've been working on the Nanakuli Village, working with, excuse me, bringing economic development to the Waianaimoku, working with tenants and to establish more Native Hawaiian beneficiaries into these buildings, other 3 buildings that we have at the mall. And so hopefully we can see that going into the Nanakuli Village very soon, and have more beneficiaries do business into the Nanakuli Village Center. It's an economic engine for the Waianae Coast, for Nanakuli. There's very great facilities and shops there that really provide the service to our beneficiaries. And so the other thing that I just wanted to put in about rental, when we talk about rental, that I'm just, with LMD, I just wanted concerns that, are we collecting the rent from our general lease tenants, Mapuna Puna or Kalailoa? This is something really important that we need to start looking into, is making sure that we collect the rents. And the rents, is it market rent? Are we bringing in the amount of funds back into our trust? And, that is important. Without the 600 mil and the 50 mil that was wiped out, I think collecting all our back rents right now moving forward, it would be very important, Mr. Chairman, and something to look at. So that's it. That's all I have, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next testifier, Donna Sterling from Kahikinui, regarding a status update on the fire. Hi, Donna. You're on mute right now. Mute.
One moment. Thank you. On mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Sorry. Hang on. Sorry. I'm Homestead Command Center. That's just the way it happened. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
There's an echo, but it's not my control. So I just want to give a report real quick. So everybody, I can reach out as many people as I can. About 9:46 yesterday morning, we got a fire below my house and to the right of my house, with the winds blowing 20, 25. It rapidly escalated. We had our president of Kauhana call 911 for the fire department. And everything rolled in because we've gone through this maybe 15 times, but the last big fire was 2016. This one went very rapidly because of the wind and the location. It created a lot of smoke, and we had to evacuate, I believe, 8 people under orders from the NF yesterday. And they were on their own after they left the gate, but we had Kinkeka Red Cross, MFD set up the Bambi, the water at Palikini on Kitlan Highway. The roads were closed for access because the shoppers have to fly over the road with water loads. What else? I stayed here on lot 41 because of fires away from me. I'm upwind of the fire. And I was communicating with the fire department and fire department. I have a radio. And so with that being said, I packed up everything in the trash bags or in my truck in case it switched, the wind switched, it didn't. And we had 4 to 5 helicopters. At the end of the day, 4 D9 dozers assessing and dropping water from the Halipili on Kumani Highway. The water source came from Oahu Wind. I worked there, but the gates were open by the ranch, and they have a private water source that the water tankers drew from, and that was our water source for the fire department, for the Bambis to drop the buckets. They slept here last night, catching hot spots. We lost no home. Couple close homes in danger. The fire department encircled that home and saved it overnight. Right now we have Keokea Park with Red Cross water, pallets of water, and snack bags like tuna and salmon or whatever.
Sorry, I was watching this thing. We do nothing.
So
Okay.
it's warning. We survived last night. They did a reconnaissance flyby with a BK-17, a new helicopter. And I'm waiting for word from MFD on their strategic plans going forward from today. The news report says 80% contained. I don't go by that because of everything is so uncertain with the wind blowing here at Kahiki, which is supposed to be breezy. So they're going to be here setting up porta-johns for the dozers. They've got fuel. They've reached out to Jofa. They've reached out to Goodfellows, Haliaki Branch, and the county, and somebody else, I can't, Alpha Construction. So I'm just a gatherer of information, but that's pretty much the update for fire. I'm concerned about so many fires is right now, if I go into the burn zone, which I'm going to do with the respirator, are people downwind of the fire and going up, we're going to be having respiratory health issues. So I'm asking Red Cross from B for some N90 masks. That's got to be put in the request. So any questions, Chair? Thank you for letting me get to so many people. And Chelsea Davis is on her way up from HNN to do an interview with me. And we're doing the best we can to communicate with our homesteads. And we're operating under Starlink. Over.
Thank you, Donna, for the update.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, the first agenda item we're going to do is item C1, approval of the resolution. We'd like to start off with a slideshow.
I don't like titles. Like, when I was the manager, you know, everybody said, well, you're the commissioner. I said, yeah, I don't get paid. You're the volunteer. I keep people saying we get paid too much. I said, just a little. And all it means to me in this specific situation is I make decisions that are going to affect beneficiaries, not just for today, but for perpetuity. And I think residents of Brooklyn Park, people are going to the Capitol right now, and they're
that. You just hear his emotions in that.
How come there's no volume?
I'd like to call Randy Awo up to the table. Randy? We're going to have Randy do the report. Oh, you have an order. We have an order. Okay, we'll start off with Randy and reading of the resolution. Aloha Chair, aloha. Aloha Commissioners and staff. Nice to see everyone this morning. That was a beautiful tribute to Commissioner Neves. Dennis, it's reassuring to see you still reside on the infamous L at the end of the table there. But Dennis, I wanted to start by thanking you for your service and your advocacy in representing our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries during a period of rapid, chaotic, and consequential change, for understanding the gravity of your kuleana and the decisions that do come before you, for devoting the time to read, assess, and analyze the extensive information contained in a commission packet, which is routinely comprised of several hundred pages. And in so doing, mahalo for ensuring that the essence and the legacy of Prince Kuhio is properly carried out. And although, as this tribute points out, you were born and raised in California, you are truly a product and the son of Hawaii. Lastly, I can assure you there will be a level of relief in the next chapter. You may even find yourself saying, "What the hell was I thinking?" But I know, you know, that in honoring the legacy of Prince Kuhio, you honor the living legacy of our people, that you understand the privilege and reward granted to you in serving as a commissioner. I want to mahalo Kawi, your beautiful wife, for her support in allowing you to do this very important and sacred work. And with that, I would like to read the resolution into the record. Hawaiian Homes
Commission Resolution Number 311, honoring Dennis Luke Neves for his service to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Whereas Dennis L. Neves was appointed to the Hawaiian Homes Commission on April 17, 2019 by Governor David Ige, representing the island of Kauai, and has served with distinction through June 30th, 2025. And whereas Dennis L. Neves was born on November 6, 1947 in San Francisco, California, to Manuel F. Neves Sr. and Agnes Kainapau Kiamano, the ninth child of 15 siblings. No wonder you're so assertive. You have to scream for your rights.
Scrap, brother, scrap.
Living in the city on a large lot allowed the family to remain close to the connection with Aina. Moving to Northern California on a 15-acre farm gave the family more room to raise animals and tend to an orchard filled with various fruit trees. And whereas Commissioner Neves is a native Hawaiian beneficiary residing in Anahola, Kauai, with over 35 years of public service experience, including executive management roles at the San Francisco International Airport, and as the Kauai Airport's district manager representing the state of Hawaii. And whereas Commissioner Neves is a Vietnam combat veteran who served with the 173rd Airborne Brigade of the U.S. Army, exemplifying courage and commitment to his country and community. Commissioner Neves met his wife, Lynette Kaui Makaiwi Naipo, in 1969, and they married in Honolulu on June 10, 1970. They have 2 children, Teresa, Tabor, and Kaniela, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandsons. Commissioner Neves attended a Honolulu Community Building Trade School and worked as a carpenter's apprentice in Honolulu. Priced out of paradise, he relocated his family to the Bay Area in 1971. And whereas, returning to San Francisco, Commissioner Neves started a career in airport operations. He had a passion for employee rights and working conditions, and served as a union shop steward and chief contract negotiator for several unions over 25 years. Dennis also served as an umpire and referee for Little League Baseball and high school football for 20 years. He remained connected to his culture by supporting the Hawaiian community in the Bay Area. He was involved in outrigger paddling, supporting associations involved in promoting Hawaiian organizations. Commissioner Neves attended Ohlone Community College in Fremont, California, attaining an associate degree in manager and supervisor relations. And whereas Commissioner Neves is a beneficiary who waited 40 years for a homestead lease, he possesses a profound understanding of the challenges faced by applicants and has been a steadfast advocate for reducing the wait list and improving the lives of fellow beneficiaries. Commissioner Neves has actively participated in commission deliberations, offering insights on policy matters, including the importance of maintaining departmental control over homestead development and ensuring fiduciary responsibilities are properly upheld. And whereas he has contributed to legislative discussions aimed at increasing the state's liability limit for DHHL-backed mortgage loans, thereby facilitating greater financing opportunities for affordable housing and home ownership for beneficiaries. And whereas Commissioner Neves has shown a commitment to environmental stewardship by suggesting that DHHL draft legislation to support the Department of Health environmental remediation projects, recognizing the importance of clean and safe lands for beneficiaries. And whereas his dedication to the mission of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole to return Native Hawaiians to the land has been very evident through his advocacy, policy contributions, and empathetic understanding of the beneficiaries' needs. Commissioner Neves and his wife developed a dry land loi, and provided taro for production. To this date, you will find them delivering meals to kupuna and families on Wednesdays. On Thursdays, preparing and cooking taro, and Fridays, processing and bagging poi for deliveries. Their small operation provides 60 pounds of fresh poi for kupuna and families in need, although they do not currently farm the lo'i. They continue to purchase raw taro and provide fresh poi weekly. And now, therefore be it resolved that the Hawaiian Homes Commission expresses its deepest gratitude to Commissioner Dennis L. Neves for his unwavering service, leadership, and commitment to the betterment of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and the fulfillment of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Adopted this 15th day of June 2025 in Kapolei, State of Hawaii, by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in a regular meeting assembled. Aloha, Dennis.
Thank you, Randy. Now we have Walter Kaneakua read the legislative resolution.
Dennis, I have the privilege of reading the Hawaii State Legislature certificate that recognizes your service. The Hawaii State Legislature hereby presents the certificate to Dennis Luke Neves, Hawaiian Homes Commissioner, April 17th, 2019 through June 30th, 2025. Whereas on April 17th, 2019, Dennis Neves was appointed to the Hawaiian Homes Commissioner by then Governor David Ige as a member of the County of Kauai. And whereas Dennis Neves, now residing in Anahola, Kauai, and a proud Native Hawaiian beneficiary and Vietnam-era combat veteran who has become a renowned public servant by devoting over 35 years to improving the communities he has served. And whereas Dennis Luke Neves began his public service career in the Bay Area and eventually became the Kauai Airport's district manager for the state of Hawaii, he's also become a notable force in advancing worker rights by serving as union shop steward and chief contract negotiator for several unions over 25 years. And whereas, after his appointment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Dennis Luke Nevis applied his problem-solving and critical thinking skills to Hawaiian Homes Commission deliberations, as well as legislative discussions and policymaking. And whereas, Dennis Nevis, being on Hawaiian homestead lease waiting list for over 40 years, has experienced the same challenges faced by many applicants and has ever been passionate and advocating for improving the lives of fellow beneficiaries, including reducing wait times for homestead leases, and whereas working side by side with beneficiaries and other like-minded partners, Dennis Luke Nevis has tirelessly served on the commission with distinction and unwavering dedication to the mission of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalanianaole to return Native Hawaiians to the land. He's been active in discussions to facilitate increased home financing and providing environmentally safe and clean lands for beneficiaries. And whereas Dennis Luke Nevis' contributions to beneficiaries extend far beyond his work as a member of the commission, he has also worked alongside his wife, Lynette Cowie, to cultivate meaningful relationships within the community, enhancing the quality of life for residents. And therefore, the 33rd Legislature of the State of Hawaii hereby commends Dennis Luke Nevis for his impactful contributions as a Hawaiian Homes Commissioner member from April 2019 through June of 2025, and expresses its deepest gratitude for his steadfast commitment to bettering the lives of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, and extends to him its warmest aloha and best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors. The 33rd Legislature 2025, and it's signed by Speaker of the House Nadine Nakamura and Ron D. Kauchi, Member of the Senate. Congratulations on behalf of our legislature.
We'd now like to have the reading of the Kauai County Resolution by David Apu.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. This is from the Office of the Mayor, the County of Hawaii. Hereby presents this certificate to Dennis Nevis, Department of Hawaiian Homelands Commissioner. In sincere appreciation and recognition of your dedicated service as the Kauai Commissioner on the Hawaiian Homes Commission from April 17th, 2019 to June 30th, 2025. Appointed by Governor David Y. Ige, your leadership has reflected a steadfast commitment to the mission of Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalanianaole and to the betterment of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries across the state. Your service is marked by a deep understanding of the challenges faced by beneficiaries, drawn from your personal journey and decades of public service, and by a tireless advocacy for improved housing opportunities, responsible land stewardship, and legislative progress to advance the Department of Hawaiian Homelands mission. Your voice on the Commission brought valuable perspective shaped by your military service, professional accomplishments, cultural grounding, and your dedication to community through acts of aloha, such as poi production for kupuna and families in need. As you conclude your final Commission meeting on June 17, 2025, we extend our heartfelt mahalo for your leadership, compassion, and many contributions to the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the people of Kauai. County of Kauai, State of Hawaii, June 16, 2025. Derek S.K. Kawakami, Mayor, County of Kauai.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to have a few comments by our commissioners. Pauline?
Dennis, I remember very clearly when I first started on this commission, and you were all men until Patty came. And I want to tell you that I'm also very in awe of your background, and I'm glad we got to see that because I never really knew who you are, but I also know that in working with you, you've taught me a lot, and those who came before you taught me a lot. Even though we had differences in strategy, because it was differences in what we thought would be okay, there is so much love and commitment, and your whole life is just dedicated to us. And I am Pelikikena of Ahuhui Ka'ahumanu, the Hawaiian Royal Benevolent Society, and my members are beneficiaries. And let me tell you, they really love you, especially those on Kauai, because you put so much work and effort and heart into this, like we all do, but you are a star. We're going to miss you, Dennis, but I know I will hear something at some point. Mahalo nui loa.
Commissioner Makai Freitas?
Keep this short. I know people want to give their mana'o today. I know this is not the end. I know this is not a goodbye. I know we're going to see you very soon. Like you said this morning, you had my email. Just want to say thank you for your mana'o. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your passion, your dedication. It's inspiring, and just from a selfish standpoint, thank you for what you've done for me. And I've always admired your dedication and consistent, steadfast, passion for our communities. And just thank you very much for everything, brother.
Okay. Commissioner Mike Kalikini?
Dennis, Commissioner Neves. Man, what a journey, huh? Boy, I tell you, I learned a lot, just like Pauline, when I first came onto the commission. Of course, we had all these former commissioners, Dennis, that really led the way, and I learned so much from everyone, and so much from working with Dennis. Lots of tough decisions, lots of things we had to bring up that has been like decades in the making, and here we are, as a commission trying to make things correct, and really, really do appreciate your mentorship and your knowledge of everything. And by the way, Chair, we still need Commissioner Neves, on the navigation, the Hawaii Island agreement for the airport, yeah. So we gotta somehow work that out to have you help us on that. On a personal note, I'm so much appreciative of all the huli you shared with me from Kauai. So I got the Kauai huli in Hilo now. Yeah, so really took to that, and appreciate all of your knowledge and your friendship, and wish you the best, going forward, you and your ohana. Mahalo, Dennis.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Could
Commissioner?
Dennis, even though I read the proclamation from the legislature, I want to add my personal admiration for you. You've always stood tall. You've always been strong in your convictions. You fight for what you believe is right. You demonstrate your heart and spirit through actions, not just words. And we appreciate all that you've done. You've personally helped me navigate some of these tough decisions. So mahalo nui, and go with God.
Thank you. Let's hear from some of the past commissioners. Zachary Helm?
Aloha. Aloha, Kapu. Aloha, Commissioner. Aloha, Chair, Commissioners, staff, and beneficiaries. It was a very beautiful resolution, and mahalo, Randy, doing the resolution. Very emotional, very special.
Um, I'd like to, at this time, thank Dennis for his for his dedication, for his leadership, and of course for his service as a commissioner of Kauai and of course for the entire state of Hawaii. Um, you've taught me since I was the commissioner between 2018 and 2024. You've taught me a lot, and I really appreciate all the support. You're a warrior. You're a fighter. Uh, you did outstanding work as a commissioner, and you did your homework. You did your research, and you your priority was always the beneficiaries first, which to me that is our mission. And yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't make it there, but I can't rely on our airlines, but that's okay. Uh, but I'm here on Molokai. I just returned from a cruise in Alaska, and I'm back on my homestead. And mahalo for all the makana that you provided us here on Molokai. Your poi and your uli and your taro, and you're more than welcome to visit anytime you and Kauai. And we love you very much, and God bless. Take care, Dennis. We love you.
Love you, brother.
Commissioner Patty Turia?
And thank you, Commissioner Naumo, for saying that. I mean, when we first started, yes, you were the only wahine here, But during 2019, thank you to Governor Ige, appointed Dennis and I on the same time of 2019. And, Dennis, it's just been my pleasure, learning so much from you and meeting your beautiful wife, Kaui, and your ohana in Kauai. Thank you, Kaui, for, loaning us Mr. Nevis during his term. But, Dennis, you're such a remarkable man and a friend and just someone that, you could call to Hawaii and ask questions. I mean, sometimes even if we violated the sunshine law, it's okay though. But anyway, I know. But anyway, you taught me so much. You and the OGs over here by Maui and, David, it's nice to have the OGs in the house and Mr. Helm out here, These guys are tough. They are smart, and we had to catch up, right, Pauline? We had to make sure because did you read your submittals? You used to tell us that. Have you read your submittals? And so you stood up and fought for Kauai by reading your submittals and coming to the commission meeting prepared. You've taught me that. And if I wanted something done in the Waianae Moku, I had to read submittals of Oahu and find out what's going on. So all of these, things that it really matters. And as a commissioner serving on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, it's not easy. Traveling with all of you were just awesome, and going to different islands and representing the beneficiaries and people. And Dennis, thank you so much for just the knowledge that you shared with us and with me personally in helping me, go through serving in my term. So congratulations, mahalo nui. I love you, Kaui and your family from Kauai. And until we meet again, ahuiho. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Russell Kaupu?
Another OG. Not old, it's just old time.
Aloha. Aloha, commissioners. Aloha, Dennis and Ohana. Good to see you. Just add my sentiments to everybody. Mahalo for your service, for your commission, for your passion, for your kalo that you've shared with each and every one of us, but mainly for your heart for service to our beneficiaries, to our lahui. So God bless, and we know you're going to go do probably, we would think fun things, but I know you're just going to continue to work. So take some time off, do some fun things, but God bless you in your service. Aloha.
How about our Commissioner Secretary, Leah?
I have a special ring for Dennis because he calls a lot. It goes dun 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 or something like that. But I have three of the most memorable messages I have from him. Is one, Leah, the line the holes in my packet don't line up. And then another one was, Leah, I don't like row 4. Don't put me in row 4. And I think another one was the submittal in the packet on page 7 is upside down or something. I get all these voicemails from Dennis, and I said I'm gonna write one book, so I'm gonna save that. But thank you, Auntie Kaui and Oli, for coming in. Thank you for letting us have him for the last 6 years, and we return him to you, hopefully in wiser than he came.
Juan Garcia.
Commissioner Nevis. 6 years of service. Just want to mahalo you. Mahalo, Auntie Kaui. Again, for the years of service you've provided to this department. It's been truly a privilege and honor working with you through these years. On behalf of staff, HSD staff, and myself, we want to mahalo you for the support you've provided for Homestead Services Division. Yeah, I appreciate your friendship, Commissioner. I was just looking from the back over there, and we've got 4 people, 4 commissioners here, Commissioner Helm on the screen. We're going to have to get a bigger table. But your commitment, your dedication, exhibited in your voice. Every month we have a commission meeting. Not only your voice, but your actions in the fulfillment of the department's mission, as well as providing the level of service that our beneficiaries deserve, has been an inspiration to me, and I'm sure it's been an inspiration to many. So again, mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. God bless you. Peace and blessings to you and your ohana. Aloha.
Kahana.
Aloha, Commissioner Nevis. Again, I echo all the sentiment that everybody said here. I'm glad I got to meet Auntie Kaui this morning. And I'd like to say, behind every good man is even a better woman. And especially she's from Waimanalo, born and raised Waimanalo, homesteader from Waimanalo. I'm born and raised. So again, congratulations and blessings to you and ohana.
Okay. Kalani.
I wanted to give you a hug afterwards, but I know that wouldn't be pono, because I know before it would make me cry. I want to mahalo you on behalf of LDD. And, I know that, we know that your commitment to the mission, commitment to the beneficiaries, and your role in taking your kuleana, you do it very seriously. Know that you always do your homework, because you catch me on some numbers I forgot. And but mahalo, that's so important for what we do here, knowing that you always stand to hold us at a higher standard. So mahalo for your commitment, your years of service. Mahalo Auntie Kaui for not only standing by his side, but just, and every time we went to Kauai, it was that aloha that both of you give. So once again, mahalo for your service and everything that you do and continue to do for our lahui. Mahalo. I'm going to give you another hug.
Okay, Mike Lowe.
Commissioner Neves, on behalf of the Information and Community Relations Office and the Public Information Officer, we'd just like to thank you for all your support of the ICRO office. Especially when we would do the community meetings over the years in Kauai. And Tikawi, they always provide the kaukau. So thank you so very much for that. And another thing, because we are family, I no longer have to call you Commissioner. Now I get to call you Dennis again. So for that, I'm so absolutely grateful. No, love you guys. God bless you. Kauai, thank you so much for all your support. Mahalo nui loa. Aloha.
Katie Lambert, do you want to say?
Sorry, I don't want to get anybody sick. I'm a little under the weather, so apologize for the hacking. But Commissioner Neves, all of the commissioners, it's been a pleasure serving first as your counsel, and I really, really like that you appreciated that I didn't have to sugarcoat it. You guys actually liked it when I did it. And so as the deputy, it's been my continued honor to serve, and very sad to see. Actually, I'm very emotional right now to see everybody here. So thank you for your service. Thank you, Auntie Kaui, for letting us him. So thanks.
Richard Hope.
Commissioner Neves, I want to thank you very much for your hard work as a commissioner. I get to see all these commission meetings, and I would attest that you, in the mode of Randy Awo, always prepared. You know more about what's in that packet than than anybody knows. I mean, you go from front to back, and you brought good insight and arguments and positions to the table. So when the decisions are made in this commission, it's made with a full understanding of both sides of an issue. And oftentimes you're on the other side of the issue. But you represent your position well. And I got to say that you've been a very, very excellent commissioner. And we will be losing a good man. Thank you.
Okay. Some words from our legal counsel, Hoku.
Commissioner Neves, I think the deputy and I have the privilege of working with you from both sides of the table as staff and as counsel. And as staff, I can say that your questions were the hard questions among some of these others at the table. But they were questions that made sure that we did our due diligence as staff. You kept us on track. And that's invaluable. On this side of the table, again, not the hard questions, but the questions that demonstrate not only your commitment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, but the depth of your knowledge and insight of the Act. And that is something that comes with studying. And so I appreciate all of the work that you put in and all of the time, because it does take time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Hope.
Okay, Commissioner Neves, just on behalf of my unit, I want to thank you for always supporting us. I do remember during my first stint here when you were on the PIG for our unit. So way back then, you were fighting for us, always advocating for us. So I appreciate that. I do also appreciate how you were always prepared. I do agree that you are a fighter. You will fight whether it's a popular side or not the popular side, and you will take that position, and that's the right thing to do. And that's a very admirable characteristic, and definitely appreciate everything you did, appreciate your service, and we're going to miss you.
Any other staff persons? Okay. Let's see. Well, Dennis, we don't have that $100,000 check, but we But we do have something that, you know, you can put on your wall and always look at it periodically and have fond memories of your time with the commission. I must have to say that, you know, when Richard talked about both sides of the, you know, argument as well as looking at it, I got to say, you were always on the side of the beneficiaries 100%. You know, you always looked at it from the standpoint, I guess, based on your experience. You know, you're a homesteader. And that's always important that, you know, we understand that we, when we make decisions, and we got to make tough decisions, that it has to reflect what, at least in your case, the experience as to what you feel, based on your experience, is best for our beneficiaries. And you always did that. You know, I got to say that, you know, I might not agree with you, you know, so 100 years later versus, you know, way back when the commission was first passed. But it's important that, you know, your perspective of getting our beneficiaries back to the AINA is really important. And that's something that, unfortunately, we can't do where we have less lands, especially on this island. So we got to get a little bit more innovative, but yet you always, you know, push for the idea as the ultimate solution based on what Prince Kuhil said, is get our people back to the land, the AINA. And that's where you came from, and always understood that. And again, I appreciate your service. I appreciate your beautiful wife in giving you up and all the time you put into preparing. And it's a lot of work. You know, these action items, they take a lot of thought as well as, you know, actually reading it and going through it and analyzing, coming up with an analysis, at least in your case, that made sense. And you always did that. I must say that of all the commissioners, you were up there regarding preparation. You were always prepared, had the questions, and you asked the tough questions, which was always good. So again, Dennis, I thank you for your service to the program, because it's a better program as a result of you. Aloha, Dennis.
Oh boy. You know, when I first started on the commission, you know, when Erna asked me to join the commission, you know, I was playing golf. I was fine. It was like 4 years playing golf 4 days a week. Then I thought about it, and I thought about, you know, my service. You know, from a large family, you're always taking. I'm the guy in the middle, right? You're always waiting for, hey, don't put holes in those jeans because I got to wear them next year. So we always took care of people. My parents always, we had 10 kids at the table, neighbors, hey, didn't eat yet, come on over. So I've always had this need for, or this background for service. So I've always felt that somebody needs something. I'm out there to try to help. So when I started looking at the commission, you know, position, Erna asked me to look at it, and I said, well, let me look at it. And then I started thinking about what's my responsibility as a Native Hawaiian. No matter where I was born, I was still Native Hawaiian. So I decided, yeah, okay, let's do the commission. When I got in the commission, I said, hey, it's pretty cool. Get to fly to all the islands, go check out people. And all of a sudden, I look at the package, I go, oh boy, we got work to do. So it's not volunteer. I mean, it's a volunteer position, but it's a lot of work. You get a package of 600, 700 pages. You got to read through it. Now, my background is in contract management and reading and so on and so forth. And I hate to read, but anyway, it's making sure my passion is what are we supposed to be doing? Putting our beneficiaries on land, and that's it. Took me a long time. I could have came in 1976, but I'd have to be poor because they wanted me to live here first without a job. That didn't work, so I stayed. So I first of all, I have to just say that my wife is really my rock. This month's an interesting month. June 1st was when I first started with the airport in 2012. June 9th, my youngest son's 53. June 10th, we're married 55 years. When I joined the commission in 19, we had set up the 50-year anniversary, and we had to shut it off. Too busy this month. We had, kids' birthday, of course, the big boys in California. And then we had, our anniversary, got to put it off. 12th, got budget meeting. Saturday, we had Wailua meeting. I still got 2 more meetings towards the end of the month. But, we sort of set things aside, and I think we both understood it's important. We're both Native Hawaiians. We have family that need to get on Hawaiian homelands. We have family that are on Hawaiian homelands. So that's where my passion is. I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve. And I appreciate everybody here. Everybody here is my family. You know how you have family and you got guys you like and guys you don't like? Well, it's not whether we like. The important part of this commission is to engage. Talk about things, bring things up. It may not be the greatest thing. Kali and I will sit here and argue at each other. But you know what? That our commission, our people, our beneficiaries need to know that we are making an effort. We may not agree, but we're putting everything out on the table. So that's what we need to do. My job now is to go back to my split community and start that conversation. And we've already started on Saturday putting together a little committee just to communicate. Because the meeting on Saturday, everybody was bringing up stuff. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So again, I'm not done yet. I still have things to do. But yes, I am going to try to get my golf clubs back. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you all for the support. Thank all of, I'm here for all of the islands. I'm here for all beneficiaries. So when I go to the islands and and get to meet all of the associations and all of the tutus and all of our family members are all over the place, it really touched my heart. And that's where I think we need to be as commissioners. It's got to be in your heart. If you're here for something else, a title, whatever, you're in the wrong place. Because this is very, very important for our people moving forward. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you very much. Mahalo.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge Diamond Rajajos for the preparing of that video. It was pretty awesome. I mean, oh, okay. And then we also want to acknowledge Shailene Ornelas, our new Kauai commissioner. Aloha. Yeah, could I have a motion for the approval of this agenda or the resolution?
So moved.
There's a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. 5-minute recess for pictures.
Okay.
How you want to do it?
Closed, but not closed.
I'm getting up my plans already. I am. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe we'll take a picture of it.
Okay. Let me take a picture here. What's it?
My time. Are you guys good? Well, two.
Hey, how do we follow this?
No more satellite lights today, yeah? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I won't be here tomorrow. No, I have an event I have to go to. Yeah. You should just go through the approvals. Yeah.
Okay, let's call the commission meeting back to order. Our agenda item C3, approval of fiscal year
Oh, wait,
2020.
sorry, Chair. Wait, Deb, sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
This one first.
Okay, agenda item C2, approval to amendment of the 2025 commission meeting schedule. Leah?
Commissioners, we just want to update the 2025 commission meeting schedule. We want to move the Ka'u community meeting from Wednesday, September 17th to Tuesday, September 16th in the evening. And we also want to move the Lanai community meeting from November 19th, which is a Wednesday, to Saturday, November 1st. The description in your submittal explains why, and if you have any questions about that. Otherwise, we can ask for a motion.
Okay, so I guess we need
A motion to,
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Item C3, approval of fiscal year 2026, the budget to support the modernization initiative. Deb and Kerwin. Morning.
Aloha Chairman,
Aloha,
aloha
Chair.
Commissioners, Debbie Oliviato, System Modernization Project Manager, along with Karen Yadal, IT Lead Technician. Here to present item number C3, actually requesting approval on item C3.
Okay, you want to give a little summary? Real short.
We are requesting $1.14 $1.45 million from the trust to continue the system modernization work for phase 2.
Yeah, so a little bit of background. So at the moment, we're on phase 1 of the project. Phase 1 covers a majority of the Homestead Services Division's processes, from lease transactions, lease processing, lease management, lease successorship, applications, and loans. So what the 1.145 million will cover is the continuation of the rest of the processes that HSD has, which includes e-signature, e-notaries as an example, and the introduction of AI into the department. And what that introduces is assistance for the processes that our HSD staff needs. It'll automate majority of the manual tasks that they have to process.
Okay, and you also have item 2, authorize the chair to shift funding between budget item, line item in the overall department budget between budget line item not to exceed 500,000. Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding what's being proposed?
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
So I guess I'm trying to figure out, so there's two things here. Number one is to approve the transfer of the funds from trust. And then number two is to shift funding between budget lines in the overall budget. We're talking about the overall budget. Overall budget of this project or overall budget of the entire budget, department budget? Because if we're talking about shifting budget line items at 500,000, that's half of the request. Just trying to figure out what, if we're all talking in the same terms.
I guess just shifting having the chairman assist us in, if we move or change, having that authority to change or shift between our line items that we have listed as far as licenses or like enforcement enhancement,
Yes. So
housing, yeah.
So the way it should read, instead of shifting items between the overall department budget,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
it should be within this budget itself.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is shifting 500,000, what is the amount we already have assessed for this budget?
1.45,
So you're shifting half the amount. Means.
up to,
Up to, so.
yes. Not to
And
exceed.
why would we shift? What would be some of the reasons for shift? I would think it might have to do with licenses or something like that, or?
Yeah, licensing, or
Right.
if we decide to lessen the enforcement enhancement and give more attention
see.
to the housing enhancement.
Okay, so just for clarification, I think in our budget meeting, we talked about the importance of prioritizing HSD. So as long as we're not moving monies away from when we change the prioritization, then we have some concerns. I think, like the chair had mentioned, prioritizing HSD makes sense because that's where our members can engage eventually. It's going to take some time, and then, the records management and so on and so forth. So as long as we're not moving away from that, I'm fine, but I trust the chair to move the fundings
So
wherever it needs
I
to be.
guess the overall modernization budget.
Right, it should be overall
Why don't we do
modernization
that
budget,
instead
not
of
the overall budget
department
itself.
budget?
So if we
Okay.
just correct that,
Okay.
I'm in approve.
Okay, any other questions? So I guess there's a proposed amendment. Oh, we can just change it
Yeah.
in there. Right, you don't have to make a motion. now.
Okay.
But with respect to this action item, taking into account the specificity of the budget item, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say,
Aye.
hold off. We do have some public testimony.
Sorry.
Homelani Shadell and after her, Robert Branco. You have 3 minutes.
Aloha, Commissioners. Homilani Shadell. I'm a beneficiary in Malua High. And on C3, I do have a couple of questions, starting with the background. So basically, the contact center, or the call center, as it used to be known as, is no longer in existence, correct?
Correct.
So there were 7 positions for that contact center. What happened to those 7 positions?
I'm one of them, and the rest went to various different departments.
Were any sent to HSD?
I think one of them went to assist with the records.
With the records?
Records division, yeah.
And that came from the staff that was...
The contact center.
Why? Was any sent to your division for HSD from the call center?
We have one position that was assigned to our central file room that came via the land management division.
So it was sent to land management, and land management is loaning that staff to...
I believe so.
HSD?
Maybe I can help clarify. So the what is now known as modernization, previously call center, was never an official division. So what had happened is that there were several positions, or 7 positions, that were detailed from other divisions. So when there was a transition from call center to modernization, those positions went back to their original locations, right? So the one that went to HSD was actually originally from LMD. So that's why it's now detailed to HSD.
And the reason I ask this question, Commissioners, is that, as we all know, HSD is the one division that has, I'm going to say, 75% of the calls that are received are primarily focused in that area, because from womb to tomb, using that phrase, once that application is submitted by our beneficiaries, it has to go through this whole process, and that process is typically HSD. And the number of complaints that I've received more recently, which I tested myself, one of them being the phone system. So I have tried, and if I am, as a homestead leader, but over the years have been able to negotiate this pathway through the department to be able to reach out to the people that I need to reach out to when I need to get answers for the beneficiaries who reside on our homestead, our lessees, or even those who just need information, very simple information, who has attempted to call the department. And then now this new system is so complicated, and I think all of you as commissioners should try calling the department's phone number for yourselves to see how do you get into one of the departments, or let alone HSD. So I'm hoping, and I didn't see anything while I was going through this in terms of addressing those points. I do see a list of addressing the pain points, but for me, how inclusive, or was there a survey, or even the reports previously from the call center or the contact center, how is that utilized to script or develop this process that you're planning?
I think you guys can sit on the side and get into that kind of details. You can meet with them and talk about
Okay.
it.
And then, yeah, you and I are going to have to talk about that. And then the other question that I have is, this also, the last point, number 11, expand and enhance customer engagement with the department through multiple access points, which will continue in-person engagement for those who choose this form of engagement. The Salesforce integration will now provide a public portal to accommodate self-service options, SMS text messaging, mobile accessibility, and more. The other 1.8, provide multiple and flexible options for beneficiaries to engage with DHHL. That's also, I don't understand, what does that mean?
Yeah, you guys also can sit and she can
Okay.
go through it with you.
But I'm hoping it'll also educate those of us in the room. So if you can at least answer that part for me, that would help.
With the beneficiary engagement, we're creating like an online portal where they can get the information on their own versus having to speak with someone if they choose so. So they can get their waitlist information, they can request an application, update their address change, or name their successor, report a death, and so on.
Okay, great. That would be great. So in looking at your budget allocation, I noticed at the beginning of your recommendation, which was approved by the commission, we're looking at 1.645 based on the approval. But on the last page, the cost for the implementation is 2.657. Can you explain that to me? So this and this is 1.645.
This one is the previous 2.7, which was for the first phase. So I'm coming to the commissioners to ask for fiscal year 26, which is the 1.14.
Okay, so this is, you've already done this?
Yes.
And it's already been budgeted and paid for?
Correct.
Okay.
That
Then
is correct.
if you're asking them for new monies to support phase 2, what is the breakdown? I mean, that is what I would have expected on your presentation.
Yeah, it should be in the submittal.
It's the first page.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm
Page 7,
sorry.
yeah. Page 7.
Okay. So we're going to have our conversation. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Oh, Chair, I just had a question.
Commissioner Nevis?
So when, as we start plugging in these new programs, what is the training process for the public? Because I think it's a good idea to bring in the associations and maybe have a group of them and get them the first shot, because, self-help is not going to work. Auntie's going to get all the calls. So what is our plan for training as we plug in new programs?
Right, thank you, Commissioner Nevis. So we are actually in touch with ICRO to start dispersing communication regarding going live at the end of July regarding the Salesforce portal. We'll be implementing various methods of training for our beneficiaries, which includes a tech support line, online articles, so a knowledge base for anybody to visit for FAQs or commonly asked questions that they have issues with, such as uploading documents. We will also have online videos to demonstrate how to facilitate certain processes in the online portal. And lastly, this is an early conversation, early talks, but we are thinking of implementing workshops in the different various district offices to provide in-house training for our beneficiaries so that they will feel comfortable utilizing the online portal.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we also have another testifier, Robert Bronco. Or no? Robert?
Robert?
Are you going to, did you need to testify or no?
C3.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we had the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, H1, approval of fiscal year 2026 budget. Katie Lambert and Kalani Franda.
Aloha, Commissioners. H1 is before your consideration. The recommended motion is first to approve fiscal year 2026, the DHHL budget, and authorize the chair to shift funding of expenditures between cost elements and funds as warranted, but not to exceed the total budget, and any shift in funding between cost elements by the chair shall not exceed $500,000. And two, to approve fiscal year 2026 development budget and allow for amounts not encumbered in fiscal year 2025 to be encumbered in fiscal year 2026. For the development budget items, allow the chair's authority to shift funding between cost elements not to exceed $1 million. On page 2 of the submittal is the total amounts of what we received through the 2025 budget. We did go through this during the workshops, but if there are any questions for clarification, I'm happy to address that. It's also in our narrative. So the budget is basically in two parts, right? There's the administrative and operating, which is represented by Exhibit A, or attachment A, excuse me, to the submittal, and then the development budget, which is represented by attachment B to the submittal. So available for questions.
Okay, why don't we take a motion first, and then we'll open up for discussion? Is there a motion?
So move. Second.
Okay, discussion. Any questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
So during our budget session, I made several comments, but I was surprised to see the package came out right after I made those comments, so obviously they weren't reflected. So are those going to be reflected, or are we going to try to find out? I mean, I could repeat them all if you want to hear them
Yeah,
again.
if you could.
Okay. So, so when I look at Anahola Residential Unit 4, I'd like to see us to.
Oh, were
put-
those the comments that you made to Kalani?
Yes.
Okay, Kalani.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
so because of the timing of things,
Yeah,
we had pretty
understood.
much had this, because of the timelines, ready to prep and put out for the public, right? And then you had a lot of questions related to the development budget.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if Kalani can follow up or where he might be in addressing that.
I'll read them off again, come on, so we're on the same page. So I'm advocating for Anahola Residential Unit Development Number 4, since that could be easily tied to infrastructure that we currently have. The other one is build out of Anahola Farm Lot Development. We spent a lot of money putting together, the new water tank and improving the water lines. But if we do 100% build out there, we'd be able to eliminate the water subsidy that the department normally has. Right now, I think it's about $250,000 a year we spend on that. And if we get enough lots in there, we could actually reduce the water rates. So I'd like to see some movement there. I don't know where we're going to get the money, how you're going to shift it, but that's sort of the request by the community. The other one is the Kuleana project, and we talked about this a little bit, and I think, I just had a sidebar, but it looks like if we're going to do awards for the entire project, but the pastoral lots will be delayed, at least we'll have an entire association to get together, because they're going to have to maintain roads. We're going to have to develop a real strong association to make sure that project works. And then looking at that, I think when in our budget meeting, we talked about the cost of the additional roadways for the pastoral. I think it was a little high, it was like $5 million. And I think your manager that was operating that needs to realize that the millions we get from the state are free. All we have to do is transport. So that should eliminate a big amount on that, if possible. The other thing is Molowa'a, the ag and pastoral lots. I'd like to see us at least do undivided interest. There is a plot out there right now that's been out there for years, but we do have the ability to pick up that well. It's a DLNR well that's been turned back to DLNR from, I think his name is Linder, that was operating for many years. He was servicing Molowa'a once the Department of Health updated their requirements. He wanted a long-term lease, and DLNR wouldn't give it to him, so he turned the well back in. And Molowa'a has built their own well since that. So that'd be perfect for that 316 acres for ag and pastoral lots. And I don't want us to put the Pool Pie project to rest. And I think, Chair, we were at the meeting, we talked to the contractor, actually one of our beneficiaries who has a company there, who actually put in a road. It's actually a 4x4 lane on Neo Valley Road, which is really difficult. But he brought in his equipment, and he's got a 4x4 roadway to get up there. Now we're going to have to put in some turnouts. I know we do have, we picked up a guardrail from the state, when the guardrail was replacing from the state, and I talked to Kaipo, so we have that available. So now with a 4x4 road up there, and the Nehowans are used to living on that barren land, so they can't wait to get up there. So I don't want us to lose sight on that, because once they get to the top, we have a temporary tank that we have in Anahola that we were using when we rebuilt our water tank there. I think that holds 100,000 gallons. So that would suffice for, if we could tap off Pool My Divide, we'd have to go through Seaworm to get that authorization and fill that tank. they would actually have water to go ahead and start planting. And that at least gets us in the area that we want to go. We'd at least start with a smaller area, but once we get on top of the hill, it's just a matter of plotting the lots out and then going from there. So I'd like to keep that alive. It's really important for our Niihau and West Side folks. And then the other thing was courtyards on Waipoli. I just asked for an update on what is our current financial package. I understand there's electrical issues that put some more costs. I'm sort of concerned about the cost per unit. Where are we getting to on the cost per unit for that? So just for my edification and for our new commissioner, so we have an idea of where we're at and where we stand. And then the last is the vacant, the scattered lots, vacant lots throughout the community that, have been vacant for a long time. And I'm always getting questions from people, why is that lot still vacant? How come we're not awarding it? So I think that's going to be important to get those filled up so we don't have that kind of problem. Okay. Last one is, stepping over to Maui, is Wai'ehu, the encumbered funds for Wai'ehu. Do we know what the status is on that and where those monies went? If I cut you off.
Testing, okay.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Nevis. Once again, Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator from Land Development Division, for the record. To answer a couple of your questions, the easy one first is, yes, the monies for Wai'ehu Moka has been encumbered. What's not reflected on here is just that carryover numbers, so that's one thing that just needs to be adjusted. In regards to the water systems in Anahola, we did identify, not specifically as a line item, but we have some monies in our repair and maintenance that we will be using to bring a vacant or an unused tank that we had up there, to bring that into commission and start to use that for our agricultural lots.
So Kalani, what I'm concerned more about is having that negotiation and capturing that as soon as possible. That doesn't cost any money, it just costs a little bit of negotiations. I understand it's in the forest reserve, so that may be an issue. We met with some folks when we were doing the huakai up in Wailua. One of the folks from DLNR said that may be a wrench, but they said they've been using it so far. So it may be one of those things we may have to pump outside of that location and then where to set our tank, but I'm not sure. But just sort of getting that negotiation started, I think is going to be important.
Thank you. And then in regards to Moloa, I know it's a discussion with planning, LMD, as well as LGD in regards to next steps and how we plan for what that'll look like.
Okay.
There's a number of other items that are on here that we will be looking at for the supplemental budget as we move forward into the next fiscal year and our next legislative session. The only other item I did want to address, and that was the scattered lots. We do have an active program that we're moving forward with and really aggressively taking a look at it with both the enforcement unit as well as HSD in regards to vacant lots that have been sitting there for a while and having them move over to LDD so we can start to either get them ready, or if they're ready, to have them awarded as vacant lots. So there is an active program that we are working on in regards to scattered lots throughout the Paeaina. But as for your other items, it's noted, and we want to make sure that we do address it as we move forward in this next fiscal year. In our proposal for the supplemental budget for fiscal year 27, actually.
Okay, and then in the budget meeting, I mentioned the Molokai, the drainage area. We had some where the state had opened up a ditch and it's causing all that problem. So it's just coordinated with the state to make sure that's done. The other thing was, on the Luhui residential subdivision of Grove Farm master plan, just want to make sure in that master plan that we have beneficiary consultation, because we just did the Wailua meeting on Saturday, and that's part of the it's part of the matrix for going to master plan, from master plan to EA. So we're going through that process up there. We should use the same process to make sure our beneficiaries are involved in that process.
Thank you, Commissioner Nevis.
Well, one other thing, I just want to make note, and I've made a note of this before, and on the Kamalani project in Maui, I opposed that because of the location. It was located close to the old area that was operated by, oh shoot, I forgot their name. But I think it's Monsanto had a plant close to that, and I'm a little concerned that we're putting our beneficiaries in dire straits. And when you read it's another subject, but when I read the addendum to lease, there's a section in the addendum that holds the state harmless if there's any issues with something that's close to the property. So my question is, why are we buying that property? It puts us in harm's way, and now you want us to sign an addendum that releases us from liability, or at least the state and the commission and so on and so forth. So I disagree with that. I think we have to have a better discussion, or pick a better plot of land. I mean, it should be better plots of land, not put us in a situation where we're going to be in problem for our beneficiaries. That's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have any other questions? If not, we do have a testifier, Ivalani McBrayer.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners.
Aloha.
I just wanted to express on this item on C4 and H1, we just had some concerns regarding the budget because it wasn't set on time. And from our leadership, they wrote out to me that that if we could, it didn't give us a timely. It was released, I believe, on Thursday. And as beneficiary and leaders, for us to go ahead and make something on the budget that directly affects us should be properly vetted so that we have time to come here on Monday and express, we think that it should be, we need more time to look at it. And so besides me as, the Oahu Mokopuni and the Kapolei leaders, as well as Maui Mokopuni who couldn't be here, Kainoa McDonald, we just asking you, Chair, and the commissioners to just express that things like this on the budget and stuff, it was late, and, we are, what we would like to express is that this procedure laps directly impact on beneficiaries' access to undermine the collective right to engage in transparent and accountable governance of our trust. And we just ask for consideration that this thing, I think we need more time as the leaders. I would love to support DHHL and its budget, but me as a leader and some of the others didn't have ample time. So I just want to get this on the record. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions? Pua Freitas.
Well, Commissioner, welcome everyone. Thank you, staff and present. Kainoa would not be able to testify, but I would like to be able to testify in regards to the C3 and H1.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. In the video. Aloha and good morning to all the AAL staff, commissioners, and of course the commissioners that are here this morning. My name is Pua Freitas, and I am testifying today as an Oahu director for the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands, known as the HAW. Is a Homestead Beneficiary Association recognized under the 43 CFR. I am here to address critical concerns regarding agenda items in H1 specific financial year 2026 budget. Please let me begin by expressing the concerns that the commission agenda and packet were not posted in a timely manner, so which could really constitute a violation of the Sunshine Law, Chapter 92-7, related to the public meeting notice. This procedural lapse directly impacts beneficiaries' access, and it undermines our collective right to engage in transparent and accountable governance of the trust. Now, as a HBA, we remind the department that these are the HBA funds held in the trust managed under DHHS fiduciary obligation to beneficiaries. The people most impacted by these funds must be meaningfully included in their planning and oversight. So we urge the commission to consider the following points before advancing any budget approval. One, restore transparency and oversight. Any budget modifications must be returned to the commission for review and allow time for public beneficiary input. A rushed and opaque process cannot be the norm. Number two, demand line item justifications for over $7 million in financing and $5 million in professional services. Without specifying, the beneficiaries are left in the dark about where and how funds are being spent. Number three, support the creation of the Beneficiary Budget Oversight Committee. This is a long overdue mechanism to ensure our voices are not only heard, but reflected in financial decisions. Number four is to reprioritize infrastructure investment to invest long neglected needs in the communities like Waimanalo, Nanakuli, and Molokai before expanding new developments. And of course, the fifth one is to uphold the intent of the trusts. We oppose the unchecked expansion of rental housing on trust lands. Well, we really want to expand that. And that's, I'm a part of that part, right? With the rental housing on trust lands. So lastly, can we call the commission to defer final budget action until these issues are addressed and the department complies with sunshine law requirements and its fiduciary duties? On behalf of all, we mahalo you for your time, but we must also hold this process to its highest standard in the law and in principle. We will be emailing this testimony and be entered into June's minutes. Mahalo for everything that you guys do. Thank you for hearing my testimony this morning. Mahalo.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments or questions regarding the commissioners? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Sure.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Neves?
You know, the testifier brought something up about sunshine law. Is there a sunshine law violation by any chance? AG?
No, I don't think so.
Just want to make sure. No? Okay, very good.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item. H2, transfer of Hawaiian Home receipts fund balance, end of fourth quarter, fiscal year 2025. Katie Lambert.
Katie Lambert, Deputy to the Chair. H2 is a routine transfer that will transfer the projected balance of the Hawaiian Home's receipt funds into the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund. So the recommended motion and action is that the Commission approve the transfer of the receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home's receipt fund of June 30th, 2025 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Any discussion or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. H3, transfer of monies from the Hawaiian Home admin account to the Hawaiian Home's operating fund. Katie?
Aloha, Commissioners. Katie Lambert, Deputy to the Chair. The recommended motion and action is that the Commission approves the transfer of $15 million in the Hawaiian Home Administration account to the Hawaiian Home Operating Fund.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Consent agenda, Juan Garcia. Thank you, Katie.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson, members of the Commission. Homestead Services Division has 10 consent agenda items for your approval.
Any questions on any of the items? So it's D2 to D11.
That's correct, D2 to D11.
Okay. Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioners.
E1, approval of lease award. The Ka'ulo-Kahai subdivision increments 2D, E, and F, the residential project lease for the Eva Beach, Oahu. Michelle Eastman and Kalani.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. Presenting E1 and E2 is Michelle Hitzman, our branch manager for our housing projects branch. Before we go into the submittals itself, just want to say a big mahalo to all those hands that have come together, both staff as well as volunteers who have made these events very possible. And without them, we had thousands and thousands of those that have participated in these, and being able to award these leases really helps us be able to address a number of different things. One is the wait list. It also impacts those that have been waiting for many years on that wait list. And we've also seen during those times, and a big mahalo to those that weren't working on those days. They were actually volunteering their time. We've seen lessees as well as staff members and as well as service providers that weren't on the clock. They were actually taking time to help our beneficiaries, especially kupuna, walk through the process because they weren't able to understand what was being expected of them, timelines, expectations. So I just want to say a big mahalo from our staff and from the department to those that we've seen volunteering their time at these different events. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to share about submittals E1 and E2.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Again, Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch Manager. This is item E1. Recommended motion is to approve the award of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's residential project lease for the Ka'ulo-Kahai subdivision, increment 2D, E, and F, to the applicants listed below for 99 years. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Okay, any questions? If not, I also want to, thank the staff as well as all the volunteers. It was a very moving event, especially with those that have been waiting for so long. And, this is something that the department is moving forward on. It's a different approach with the project lease awards. I thank the commissioners for understanding how we really need to get this program moving. This is one different approach that I think our beneficiaries are really appreciative. And so, again, I got to take my hats off to all the staff that just stepped up and really got this thing going. So, Commissioner.
Say thank you to Juan, Michelle, Kalani. Thank you guys very much. Throughout this process, I've gotten phone calls from friends, family that kind of want some guidance or need some manao as to how things work out. So thank you guys for going the extra mile and meeting face to face with the beneficiaries and kind of giving them whatever information or support that they need. So thank you guys very much for that.
Any other questions or comments? Jan, one public testifier. Makepa.
Aloha, Commissioners. Can you folks hear me?
You too.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to, I am one of the families that was awarded an undivided interest lease for Ka'ulo Kaha'i, and I wanted to mahalo the department and the staff for getting us through that long day and all of the information that was shared that day. But I also have some concerns in being that, now that the first letter had gone out with the prices of these homes, that a lot of families are now facing the reality of how are they going to qualify for these homes. And although they were given different avenues to go about building a house, either turnkey, vacant home, rental with option to purchase, I think the guidance for them is not very clear. But I also think that there's a lot of misleading information, not necessarily by the department, but sometimes, when you go on these social media sites and you see some of the comments, you got people that give the wrong information. And so there's a lot of apprehension out there. And then not being, having to set up appointments to speak to someone. And I know that every person's situation is different. So an all-inclusive answer to some of these questions may not apply to everyone. And I know that the department is working on that to try and get some of these questions answered. But I do hope that there are more workshops or more guidance or more information for some of our families. And in being a part of the department for a while now, I was so happy to be there to receive a lease, but I was also kind of disheartened knowing that there were so many Kanaka there that didn't have enough information to realize what they were going to be up against and the struggles that they were going to be facing. And so, I just hope that as we move forward in trying to get these homes or get our Kanaka into these homes, that we do it humbly and with compassion and patience for our families, and that we offer as much help and support for them, because this is not an easy road that we're going to be traveling. And so I just wanted to say that, and then mahalo all of you folks for all the hard work in getting these leases out to all of us. Mahalo.
Thank you. Michelle, you want to, or Kalani, you want to kind of respond?
Mahalo, John, for sharing your mana'o. Yes, it's not an easy process. And so we do have workshops that are coming up shortly. We're working with our different service providers to make that available as well. And we also continue to work with our communication staff to make sure that different sets of information is being relayed there, and making sure that you're staying up with the deadlines as well as more information that's needed in this next effort. So right now we're awarding 2C, which was an area that was developed some time ago as far as infrastructure. As we move forward with D, E, and F, this will be a new strategy that we're taking, and really as we're building based upon what the beneficiary can qualify for. And so it's a very new approach for us to be able to work with our beneficiaries, because the main objective is not to bypass anyone, and it really is to work with those that pursued a project lease, and we really want to be able to walk with them from a department standpoint. It really takes a lot of us, both in the department as well as our various partners, service providers, lenders, and developers, to be able to walk through this. So thank you for sharing your mana'o. That's very important to be able to share it, and we'll continue to work with our our different team members to make sure that this information is relayed to the public and most importantly to the beneficiaries that are on this wait list, as well as those that had pursued a project lease both in Kolu, Kaha'i, and Kaupea.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo Kalani.
Okay, all
Sure, I
those-
just had
Commissioner
a comment.
Kaneko.
The Kalani and Michelle and Juan and everybody who jumps into those workshops. I know that it's an extraordinary effort to get our community educated and to offer the options that we have for them. And I see how hard, I mean, it's not just about the leases and awarding, but it's trying to get our folks to understand exactly what's ahead of them. And there are some challenges. There's no question about that. There are tremendous challenges. But I want to make sure that we don't let it run by us, that you've been exerting that kind of energy toward it. And there aren't enough of you. There aren't enough people who come in, our service providers and everybody else. There just isn't. But you are putting the word out. We are trying to reach people through websites, through announcements, through mailing, through working one-on-one. I know all of you folks, and Juan, you and your group, just tirelessly out there exhausting all of our people trying to get that word out. So I don't want it to just kind of like, yeah, we need to do that. No, we are doing that, and we're getting better at it. We're getting more fierce in our approaches, and there are a lot of people who need to hear, and they need to come so that they see what we're trying to help with. So thank you for that.
Yeah, all right. Any other comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item, E2, the Kaupea awards.
So this is item E2. Recommended motion is to approve the award of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's residential project lease for Kaupea Subdivision Phase 2 to applicants listed below for 99 years. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, let's see. F1, approval of issue of right of entry for Upolu Point, North Kohala, Island of Hawaii. Linda Chin and Kahana Albino.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners. Kahana Albino with the Land Management Division, Income Properties Manager. Before you, I have 4 agenda items. Agenda item number F1 is seeking the approval to issue right of entry permit to Ho'ola, Upolu Point, North Kohala, Island of Hawaii. TMK is listed. I also got Ashley Tabano, who if anybody has any questions, she can answer and justify the recommendation.
Okay, you want to give a little summary for the listeners?
Yes. Hello, Commissioners and Chair.
Hello.
This is a right of entry to Ho'ola for a right of entry at Upolu Point, just for the due diligence period to do some environmental assessments and archaeological survey, to submit their master plan and business plan, all with the end goal of receiving a license at the end.
Okay, is there a motion? Discussion. Any questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you. LMD is seeking the approval for item number F2 to the annual renewal of revocable permits located in North and West Hawaii Island under various TMKs listed in the submittal. Again, Ashley Tabano is here to justify the recommendation. Any questions for her?
Want to say anything? Up to you. No need. Okay. Okay, is there a motion? Oh, let's do the motion first. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion. We do have one public testifier, Henderson Hui Hui.
Aloha, Chair Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony on this matter. My name is Henderson Hui Hui. I'm a staff attorney at the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation, and NHLC represents Mr. Oliver Lum, a pastoral lessee in Kauai Uka. This oral testimony supplements our written testimony, which was submitted via email on June 13th. Mr. Lum opposes agenda item F2, specifically the renewal of revocable permit number 495. The testimony does not express an opinion on the other RPs in item F2. And so we ask that the commission deny the renewal of RP 495, and the reason for that request is straightforward. The current permit holder of RP 495, Kahua Ranch Limited, which is a non-beneficiary entity, has failed to comply with the terms of the RP. The use of these trust lands under RP 495 has negatively impacted Mr. Lum's use of his homestead lease. And so as some context, Mr. Lum's homestead neighbors the RP parcel and is basically surrounded by the RP parcel. Now, although there is a requirement for Kahua Ranch under the RP to maintain a 5-strand barbed wire fence along the RP area, no fencing is currently in place. With no fence separating the Kahua Ranch RP parcel, cattle branded by Kahua Ranch freely enter Mr. Lum's homestead to graze. More concerningly, on multiple occasions, Kahua Ranch staff have taken their cattle onto the homestead for grazing and watering without Mr. Lum's permission. Now, due to Kahua Ranch's cattle grazing on Mr. Lum's homestead, the amount of available grass for grazing by Mr. Lum's cattle is significantly reduced. Further, this lack of fencing by Kahua Ranch has resulted in a commingling of Mr. Lum's cattle and Kahua Ranch's cattle. Mr. Lum has observed his calves, or calves that he knows belong to him, with Kahua Ranch tags and branding. Mr. Lum has brought these issues to the department's attention in hopes of addressing. Yet, despite the department having knowledge of the permit holder's continual negative impact to Mr. Lum's use of his homestead, the department now seeks the renewal of this RP. This commission has been imposed by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act with a high fiduciary duty to the lands in the trust and the beneficiaries of this trust. As landowner of the RP parcel, this commission and the HHL have the ability to ensure that those non-beneficiary users do not infringe upon a beneficiary's ability to use their homestead. Now, considering these high fiduciary duties, we ask that the commission deny the renewal of RP 495. Should the commission proceed with decision-making on item F2 with the inclusion of RP 495, Mr. Lum requests a contested case hearing. I would be happy to take any questions that the commission may have at this time.
Do you have any background on this or any kind of further information on this situation?
I do not have anything at this point in time. I know our deputy AG at one time, along with one of our former commissioner, Russell Kaupu, had met with Mr. Lum, I think, on several occasions, and that was the last I heard of that situation. We can further investigate the situation, and I know Mr. Lum has acquired a piece as a homestead and has some conditions in his lease also in installing fence lines too. So, and also our RP.
Okay. Henderson, you mentioned earlier in your dialogue about the 5-strand barbed wire fence that is, I guess, not there or insufficiently erected. How many square foot, how many linear feet are we referring to here? What's the size of this area that's deficient?
That's a good question. So basically, Mr. Lum's lease homestead is about 300 acres. And on the, if you're looking down at it, on, I'd say the left side, the entire left side of Mr. Lum's lease, from the bottom left corner all the way up to the property line of the State Forestry Division. There is no fencing between his lot and the Kahua Ranch lot. And that's concerning because one of the reasons, at least one of the reasons for the RP program, as evidenced by DHHL's website, is that these lands are provided through an RP so that the cost for maintenance is shifted from the department, and part of that burden or part of the responsibility to have as part of having the RP is to maintain fencing and signage and things like that. And so if the primary purpose of the RP program is not being realized, it makes one question, why is the RP being provided?
Okay, so this fence is basically the responsibility of Kahua Ranch to put up and make sure it's sufficient. It's on the Kahua Ranch property.
Is that
Like, so is it Kahua Ranch responsibility to make sure it's maintained?
Again, I'd have to look at the records, but I know like I said, Mr. Lum has received an award for the property, and I know there's conditions under that award where there wasn't a fence line before. It was an RP that covered Mr. Lum's area. When he was awarded it, he got that property, and I know there's conditions for that. I know Kahua Ranch didn't have any fencing separating that parcel.
Okay, so obviously Kahua Ranch has been around for a very, very
Correct.
long time, right? I mean,
Correct.
generations.
Yes.
So Mr. Lum acquiring his property, I'm assuming, was after Kahua
Correct.
Ranch acquired
After
theirs.
Kahua Ranch's not permit, but general lease did expire in 2011.
So could we have a basically disagreement, a misinterpretation of whose responsibility the fencing
Correct.
falls under?
Yes.
Is that Henderson? Am I accurate by stating that, where the two parties are arguing or have a misinterpretation of whose responsibility the fencing falls under?
I think that's a important question or a genuine question. But my understanding based on the specific terms, and you'll see this in my submittal that I emailed to the commission, it has a ROE that was provided to Mr. Lum through a UEPA request that was issued in 2013, which was before, I believe, if I am remembering the dates correctly, Mr. Lum's mother was awarded her homestead. And one of those terms, which is explicitly outlined in Kahua Ranch's ROE, is that they have a erect and maintain a 5-strand barbed wire fence. Now on the property, the RP property, where Kahua Ranch has the RP, there used to be an electric fence that they maintained. And there's a picture within my submittal. It's a little difficult to see, but it has it's been circled. There are these posts along Kahua Ranch's RP parcel that used to hold the electric fence. However, there is no electric fence line there. Regardless, I think whether either Mr. Lum also has this responsibility to maintain an electric fence. There's also the fact that Kahua Ranch is continually coming onto his property without his permission, and he's had issues multiple times with Kahua Ranch staff, which I've outlined in my written testimony.
Okay. But obviously a fence would fix a lot of those problems, right? A proper fence.
Yes.
You wanna, what do you want, can we maybe defer this, get some more information and figure out a strategy, plan? With Oliver Lum, do you have any further information with this Kahua Ranch, Oliver Lum situation, any backstory on it?
Hello, Commissioners. Russell Kaupu, Office of the Chair. Kahua couple of years ago, I attended a meeting along with Deputy with the folks from Makani Ua Ranch, which is the successor to Kahua Ranch for this particular parcel in question. And it's the parcel that's neighboring Mr. Lum's homestead. Back in the day, as was mentioned by council, Mr. Lum's mother entered into a settlement with the commission. This is a long time ago, before any of us were around. And what they did is they took this parcel that was being leased by, at that time, Kahua Ranch, and they carved off the corner, the upper right corner of the parcel, if you will, if you're looking at it on a map. It's about 300 acres that was carved off for Mr. Lum's mother's homestead. At the time, there was certain water rights that were negotiated and were documented in this settlement agreement. Probably not as completely as would have been wise, because those water rights and a stream that runs through Mr. Lum's homestead, but it feeds a watering cell that is used by Kahua Ranch and now Makani Ua Ranch, has led to a number of disputes between the neighboring ranchers at this point. There's also a long line of electrified fence that runs between the two properties. And there's a ton of incursions, if you will, between the two ranches. And there's a lot of he says, she says about who's responsible for maintaining the fence, whose bulls are crashing through the fence to go on the other side, and then whose calves are following the mama back to the other side. There's all these different kind of issues between Mr. Lum and his ohana that is maintaining their property, and the folks from formerly Kahua and Makani Ua Ranch. So I've taken a site visit with Deputy a couple years back. I've had subsequent meetings with Mr. Lum and with the ranch also. Currently, what's proposed is for the ranch to take kuleana for erecting a new fully engineered cattle fence that will provide a clear break between the two properties and their cattle. The holdup has been that the ranch currently is a RP holder, so they're a short-term tenant or a permittee of the department. So they could be canceled on 30 days' notice from the department. I don't think there's any intention to do that with this particular property because of the nature of it and the use that and the benefit we have of having a cattle rancher on these lands to maintain the property and to keep the growth down and to keep unwanted folks from hana inu, that kind of thing. But because it's a short-term use and a short-term permit, the ranch is having a hard time justifying incurring the expenses needed to put in this brand new fencing that should be amortized or the cost written off over a much longer term to make it financeable. So we have proposed with the ranch that we enter into an arrangement where they go forward with this fencing project, and they be given an opportunity to amortize it over a longer term by means of, if we were to cancel your RP before you had fully written off the cost of this fence, then we would step in and make the permittee whole on that expense. So that has been put up for consideration to Land Management Division to consider as a amendment to the ranch's lease. Currently, that is being held up, that kind of moving forward on that decision, because we're stuck in the process of renewing the RP that was up on your agenda this morning. And the ranch itself, this transition from Kahua Ranch to Makani'ua Ranch, there are some family pilikia by the ranch owners, and they've gone through legal processes, and they've worked out their process, but it's very
Contentious.
yeah, contentious, and we have to kind of work through those processes. So we being LMD is in the process of renewing the RP. As soon as the RP is renewed, we re-engage with the ranch and we take up the proposal to have them do the fencing to create a clear break between the users. On this proposal that the department would, if we cancel their permit, then we will make them whole on that expense. There's an added piece regarding this watering cell that has been constant dispute. And I have proposed to both sides, because that watering cell is actually part of the ranch, Makani'ua's leased property. I propose, because it's right on the border with Mr. Lum's property, that we take back about 90 acres along that border, including that water cell. And I've thrown out for consideration that it might be suitable for ag or subsistence ag uses for homesteaders. But basically, it's to take away that contentious piece that continues to be a sore point between these users. But in order of things, the first thing to do is to get the RP renewed, which is happening today. The second thing is to work out this arrangement with Makani'ua Ranch as far as the installation of the new fencing. And then the third thing is to amend their lease to take back this parcel that has the watering cell. So that's a lot of information. I apologize that I had to run back here when I saw it come up on the screen.
You saw a red flag pop up. And
But I think the request for a contested case hearing isn't such a bad thing.
I don't think it is either.
Because if you go back to the settlement that was entered into, it's not really clear who has kuleana for the installation and maintenance of the fence. And then it's not clear, at least to Mr. Lum, what rights the department kept with respect to the water. So that might have to happen anyway with respect to resolving those understandings. But the things that LMD is trying to work on, those are kind of in process right now.
Okay, Henderson, did you get all that? Okay, just based on information from Russell today, I think the best thing to do moving forward is to pass this thing today with the intentions and the thought process. You folks are going to continue to work on things from your side. I am very familiar with Kua Ranch and the pilikia that entity has on its own, and that's a lot. And now with Mr. Lum being involved, how do we make everything right today, by today's terms, within those three parties? So I think giving the go-ahead now, like I said, with the intent of you folks moving forward with your due diligence and your process, all while keeping Henderson and your client in the communication channels, I think is the way to go. Henderson, to answer your question too, maybe a contested case hearing is the right way, is the right path to go down, because it sounds like we have some legal issues we need to, legal bridges we need to cross later. So, okay.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I've met with Mr. Lum. He's a very fiery individual, but he's well within his right. He's just trying to enforce his interests in the homestead and this settlement that was entered into with the department and with the commission, or with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So there's no clear, and that's why a contested case hearing may be the way to try and clarify some of that. It's just that we're kind of in the middle of a in-between step right now, so that might get deferred until we clean up some of these boundary stuff.
Yeah, I think a contested case hearing is the end result of this process. I think we got to hit these key steps prior to getting there. I did talk to Mr. Lum at our mail meeting, and he is fiery, he is passionate, but totally understand where he's coming from. So Yeah, I think that's the right path to go down.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it.
Okay, and we also need to recognize that this is a RP. So the longer term decision goes to the homesteading program. How are we going to implement that? Because I do want all these homestead or lands that we have out on RPs as well as general leases to non-Hawaiians, I want to change that. We need to get it over to our beneficiaries. But in the case of Mr. Lum, he has a homestead lease. Let's go resolve the issues with respect to the fence, including the water. So I think this is the right approach to proceed. Any other questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
I just think it's important for the department to stay in contact with council as to a time frame. We don't want this to go on forever and ever. Get to a point where you say, okay, go ahead and file your case. Let's move on from there.
Henderson, do you have my contact information?
I'm sorry, who was that spoke?
Commissioner Mackay Freitas, do you have my contact information?
No, I don't think so, but I can get it afterwards.
Yeah, please. Let's stay in contact, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, I can stay in the loop on that one too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think once we take the action, then submit your request for contested case, then we can act on that, okay? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, next item. And thank you, Anderson.
Mahalo.
Item number F3, LMD is seeking approval to amend right of entry permit number 706 issued to the State of Hawaii Department of Agriculture out in Waimanalo on the island of Oahu, TMK as listed. I think I still have Jonathan Ho and or Jessica Miura to participate. If anybody has any questions or want any update to their the work that they're doing out in Waimanalo. Again, this is just an amendment to approve for an annual renewal for their work.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So move.
Yes. Okay, any discussion?
If you want.
Oh, did you want to say something?
No.
I mean, it's not necessary.
No. No discussion.
Jonathan, if you have anything to share on the progress you guys made or you guys are making?
Yeah, sorry. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my computer is acting up a little bit here. Anyway, yeah, so good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jonathan Ho. I am the Department of Agriculture's Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. We'd like to thank the Commission and Kahana for assisting us with maintaining access to this property to continue work with our partners for coqui frog control in this area. I'm sure as the Commission is aware that the problem has been unfortunately progressing and spreading. And, you know, we've been working with the Oahu Invasive Species Committee, the community, and DLNR DOFA to work on, you know, we've tried a bunch of different techniques to try to really get the population down in that area. And the need for this ROE is going to be something that I think we're going to need moving on into the future until we can get you know, more research and alternative tools and techniques implemented. But yeah, that's a little bit about I think that's just it for us. And then again, I'm happy to answer any questions that the chair or the commissioners may have. Thank you.
No, that was good. We appreciate your work. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, next item.
Okay, item number F4, LMD seeking approval to the assignment and assumption of interest of development agreement from Hawaiian Community Development Board to Ike Nakea Uluvehi LLC and approval to the issuance of a long-term general lease to Ike Nakea Uluvehi LLC for the Ulu Ke Kukui rental housing project located on Maili, Waianae, Island of Oahu, TMK listed.
Okay,
The chin.
I'm going to recuse myself on this one, and And then, Walter, can you take the lead?
Sure.
Okay.
And I have Linda Chin, Acting Administrator for the Land Management Division, to justify or answer any questions you guys may have.
So good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm Linda Chin. I'm the Acting Administrator for Land Management Division. This is a two-part motion that we're requesting the Commission for approval. The first part is the assignment and assumption of interest of the development agreement from Hawaiian Community Development Board to Ikenakea Uluvehi LLC for the redevelopment of the Ulu Kekukui rental housing project on approximately 6 acres of Hawaiian homelands located at Maili, Waianae, island of Oahu, subject to two conditions as listed. Part 2 is the issuance of a 65-year general lease to Ikenakea Uluvehi LLC for the redevelopment of the Ulu Kekui rental housing project on the same parcel of land, subject to the conditions as listed.
Do we have motion to accept the recommendation?
So moved.
And a second. All right. Discussion?
I do have members of the development team here to present, to answer any question that you may have. And they also have a short presentation that they want to share with the Commission.
Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners. My name's Keegan Flaherty. I'm a Senior Development Associate with Ikenakea Development. I'm also the Project Manager for the Hale Makana o Uluvehi redevelopment project. Mahalo to DHHL staff, this commission, and its chairman for allowing us the opportunity to present at this month's meeting. This project's been a true collaborative effort between the department and our development team, and it's been planned for a long time now. So I'm really excited to be here to help get this one across the finish line. The issuance of the general lease for this project is one of the final components needed to wrap up the process in order for us to close and begin construction on the redevelopment that we'll share with you in this presentation. If you can go to the next slide. So this is a look at our project team and structure. This redevelopment was awarded to Hawaiian Community Development Board back in 2020 through an RFP process. HCDB is the nonprofit member of Ikenakea, who's the sole member of our project's special purpose entity, Ikenakea Uluvehi LLC, who's structured to borrow the funding and entered into the general lease with the department. This is the first component of the request today, which is to allow the assignment and assumption of the interest of the development agreement from HCDB to this special purpose entity, which is a very typical structure of similar development projects. Next slide. Here's a look at our company, Ikenakea. We've had a strong track record in completing similar affordable housing projects in the community and statewide. The Hale Makana o Nanakuli was a new construction project providing affordable rental housing in the Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead community. Coupled with that, we've developed the Nanakuli Village Center, which has several community-serving enterprises and is focused on workforce development for the community. Additionally, we finished the Hale Makana o Maili down the street from the Ulu Kekukui facility, which consists of 52 affordable rental housing units and on-site social services for residents. Next slide. Now getting to this project, you can see the existing Ulu Kekukui facility in Maili outlined in green. It's part of a larger parcel of land containing the Kamehameha Schools Community Learning Center. However, the two are not related. Next slide. As I mentioned, this project's been planned for quite some time now. The former Ulu Kekukui site, as it sits now, was constructed in 2007. In 2019, DHHL issued an RFP for developers to submit proposals to take this existing facility on Hawaiian homelands and repurpose it to align with DHHL's mission to provide affordable housing options to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. The goals were to establish a solution for low-income beneficiaries seeking affordable rentals on Oahu. The residents will need to be selected from the order of the wait list and meet the appropriate income qualifications set by the affordable housing rules. These beneficiaries will not lose their place on the waiting list. Because of the community demand, there's a real need to create an opportunity for beneficiaries that are underrepresented. The vision for the project was to assist beneficiaries working towards financial readiness for homestead lot homeownership. Next slide. So these are images of what the site looks like now. Obviously, improvements are needed to enhance the livability of the site to accommodate rentals. So our team analyzed the condition of the existing facility to come up with a rehabilitation plan to use to submit our proposal to meet the department's goals. Next slide. The vision for the rehab was not only to transform this existing DHHL-owned facility to offer affordable rentals for beneficiaries on the wait list, but also to include support services to enable them to pursue homeownership. If a beneficiary wanted to, they could also rent for the long term, as this will be a new community and will provide affordable and safe living for beneficiaries to enjoy. We'll be creating 40 much larger and more spacious units containing 2-bedroom, 2 baths. These will be available to those beneficiaries on the wait list that qualify at 80% of the area median income, AMI, or less. The rents will be decided based on what a household can afford based on their income. So the golden standard for affordable housing is for a household to not pay them more than 30% of their incomes on rent. So that additional rent will be subsidized by DHHL. We're going to be reactivating the former Ulukekukui site and transforming it into Hale Makana o Uluvehi, making it a safe haven for beneficiaries by providing affordable quality housing, and couple in a community resource center with space for a multitude of holistic services to beneficiaries in the community, which Ivalani will talk about in more detail later. Next slide. Here's a look at the site plan, which really isn't changing much from how it is depicted today, but you can see the 5 residential buildings as well as the existing administrative buildings that will be repurposed into a community resource center. There's ample parking for each unit and lots of community space. Next slide. Here's a look at the current layout of the units. The 2 bedrooms are very small, and the studios are even smaller. These were previously meant for shorter stays. The units will be undergoing an upgrade that will show on the next slide. Next slide. So this is a rendering of our concept that we're showing to combine those units into 914 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. We'll be including air conditioning, new appliances, and solar PV for electricity to lower utility costs. The look and feel we want to give these units is one that incorporates a local aesthetic. Next slide. Another rendering of the improved condition of the units. Next slide. Here's a bedroom. Our design will incorporate energy efficient features to keep sustainability and livability in mind. Next slide. Here's the milestones that we've completed to date. It's taken a long process to get all the financing committed. That's the key component of getting affordable housing done. All of that was thankfully completed in November 2023. We went through the NEPA and environmental review process that completed near the end of last year. Oh, can you go back to the previous slide? We are almost done with our construction drawings, which will be done at the end of this month, and we'll be hopefully receiving our building permits in the middle of July from DHHL, which will allow us to close on the financing soon thereafter, starting construction after we close in August, and completing the rehabilitation within a year. Shortly after, the lease-up and move-ins will be processed. Next slide. Here's a look at our development team. Ikenakea Development's the developer. We have a project general contractor, DD Construction. Our architect is Link Lab. Property management will be Locations, And we have a community engagement coordinator, Eva Lonnie McBriar, who I'd like to introduce you to finish off the rest of the presentation.
Mahalo, Keegan. Next slide. Okay. What I wanted to do is just let you folks know, as you see, these are testimonial. And this project, Halemakana Uluvehi, it has a specific target of beneficiaries, the 80% and below. And the 80% below that we have defined is people like Auntie Haunani. An affordable rental policy like this would help me, a 70-year-old kapuna now, and others on fixed income to be financial ready with more money saved up and prepared for a homestead lease. You will also have Uncle Lani Ahuna, who is also a kapuna, 80 years old, in Waimanalo Homestead. And as he says, I wholeheartedly support the Halemakana o Uluveri, like our Waimanalo Senior affordable rental. Affordable housing options are desperately needed to allow kapunas like me to age in place with stable housings, also providing stable housings to kokua young parents. And we also have Kalani Li'i, who's from Papakulea, that states, I'm a waitlist beneficiary. I recently came home this year after spending some time in the system. Halemakana or Uluvehi's affordable rental project is a great start to address housing stability and equity for Kanakas like him, so we can transition from the correctional facilities to stable housing to rehabilitate us back to the Aina as my Prince Kohio intended for me. So these are just, and then we also have Pua Freitas, who's a wait list. And she says, I am writing to share why I support. And she said the escalating cost of living, particularly in purchasing a home or rental housing in Hawaii, has become a significant barrier for many individuals and families. This affordable rental project offers a vital solution for me to the growing housing crisis, providing stable and secure housing options that align with my range of income. The Halemakana Uluvehi will allow me to rent a renovated 2-bedroom unit that will be affordable for me, allowing me to save more money. And secondly, I can use the Resource Center service provider programs to position myself to take the steps to obtain home ownership from my Homestead Lease Award. Next we have here, which is Henry Guzman, who actually lives in DC, and he states, I'm currently living in DC waiting for my Homestead Lease Award. I miss Hawaii, especially my family. Living in DC has given me unique opportunities, yet it has created a long time to move home. With the homestead costs in the 500 to 700 price range today, projects like Halemakana o Uluvehi are a pathway to come home and start to prepare for home ownership with the assistance of the Halemakana Resource Center service providers. We also have here another beneficiary, single mom, who we see as some of the demographics. As a single mother living in Hawaii, the dream of home ownership often feels just out of reach. Living in rental housing that I can afford allows me to allocate resources towards saving for a down payment on a home. This stability is foundational for my family's growth and my ability to plan for a better future, including the eventual goal of being awarded a homestead lease. Finally, having access to affordable rental options mean that I can focus on my career without the constant worry of making ends meet or facing eviction. It's about creating a solid foundation for me where I can work towards my goal, including home ownership, without being overwhelmed by high housing costs. And that's Liana Hussey, a waitlister that's currently lives in Waianakai. And last, we have Pastor Bonnie. As a kapuna waitlist widow with fixed income, Halemakana Uluvehi is a right fit for me. I can have housing stability, access to kapuna programs, and participate in the wraparound service to help me be mortgage ready, holistically address the cultural wellness, and be self-sufficient and independent. Pastor Bonnie Saleh Spencer is also one for the upcoming Compare waitlist. But these testimonies show the demographics of waitlist beneficiaries that are supportive of this program that is so needed. And so I just wanted to share with you, Chair, and as well as commissioners, what we have done in the community engagement of reaching those demographics. Next. The Kohio Kako Center, which is a resource center, we identified those demographics, like I showed you, of 80% AMI below to the unmet needs. In this Kako Center, where this is like 6 rooms, we look to provide the service of workforce readiness and career pathways. education and personal development, health and wellness service, Ohana and Kapuna support, and Aina-based learning and community resilience, as well as housing preparation and economic empowerment. Next, our approach on this. Our approach for the Kuhio Kako Center is that we're looking into providing keiki and adult care, as well as a certified commercial kitchen, and bridge from the community to DHHL, as well as putting into some of the service providers, trusted lending partners that would assist in affordable home financing. And this will be also another pathway for home ownership for the potential beneficiaries. Next. These are the next steps. What we are doing in the next step is actually going out in engagement and the utilization of involvement from other communities, and that's to partnership with service organizations. We're looking into the input. We are going out into the communities. Waianae Valley president already has put in their input, and we are waiting with Princess Kahanu and meeting with other community stakeholders and beneficiaries. The also next steps we're doing is looking into providing within that Kuhio Kako Center is employment and job training, like with the unions and apprentice and those kind of trainings. Our next steps for our outreach is that once everything closes on this project, we are looking in construction in the fall of this year. We're hoping August, and to be ready by August 26 to have those families that meet, those 40s that meet the 80% and below AMI, to have a start and not just have affordable, but stable, affordable rental where they can be able to go ahead and prepare for home ownership. And also, you can look at that website at the Hale Makana or Uluvehi.org that will be able to take the beneficiaries or anyone that has any questions regarding it. It's very interactive, the website that has been put together, and we ask people to look at the website, because you can go ahead and put input from the beneficiaries if they have any questions or they want to know more information about job opportunities or housing placement. All of that can be found on our website. And if there's any other questions, we'll be readily to ask if there's any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive overview of the project. Commissioners, does anyone have? Commissioner Nevis.
Yes, I have a question for the department. On page 3, you talk about Section 8, development agreement, no assignment agreement, or other rights. My question for the department is what made your decision to allow this transfer? What factors come into? Yes, the assignment, yes. Well, I'm really asking the department, because the department's asking for us to approve it, and you recommend it. So I just trying to figure out when we do this, because it needs commission approval. Based on your opinion, why should we approve it? That's what I'm asking.
Use the microphone, please. Yeah, sorry. The original development agreement was issued to HCDB. They have been, as far as I can tell from the records, that the financing has been based on Ikanakea Uluvehi or Development LLC. They've been the one that out there obtaining or applying for financing with HHFDC, with American Savings Bank, as well as Nahasta Fund from the department. So because it's a different entity, HCDB and that, so we need to have the actual DA assigned to the new entity.
Okay.
And we did go through their financial, their history. I have it all here, that they are well qualified to assume the assignment.
Okay.
So that's why we're making the recommendation to the commission that it be allowed to assign to them so they can move forward the project with
Very
the
good.
financing.
Good, thank you. And one question for the Ikanakea is, you mentioned that the permits will be approved by Hawaiian Homes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Permits,
question?
the permits would be approved by Hawaiian Homes?
That's correct.
So our permit department's going to approve that? No, it's okay, Chair. That's all right. Yeah, no, so our permitting department, which we've established, is going to approve it. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm
Any
in
other
favor of
commissioners?
the proposal. Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Any other commissioners before we have public testimony? The first person to testify, Jan Makepa, and please limit to 3 minutes.
Aloha. I'll try my best to stay at the 3-minute mark. I have 3 items that I want to talk about. So the first item is I wanted to mahalo Ivalani McBrayer for reaching out to our Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association, asking for suggestions that would most impact the waitlist kanaka that would be residing at Hale Makana o Uluwehi. And I think having insight from those on the post is valuable information for her to holomua with creating these resources for the residents. So she and I did talk in length, and I did send her an email document with some of the suggestions that I had from our Homestead Association. So I want to mahalo her for that. In the presentation, I noticed that there was one area where it talked about the rehab vision being either getting ready for home ownership, and if they choose that they could stay there long-term. I believe that it should not be long-term, but it should be a revolving rental. Getting our waitlisters home buyer ready and on leased land so that we can get them out of this home so that others on the wait list can have the chance to rent at an affordable price. So I think by having it as a revolving rental would be a good idea. In getting our residents home buyer ready and allowing others on the wait list that same opportunity and offer that same resource. And then lastly, and I'm bringing this up because of the gratis part of this presentation. So Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association holds a general lease number 302. And because Ikenakea Uluwehi is asking for gratis on this property, I feel like our homestead should also be offered gratis on our general lease. Right now, our general lease states that the rent would be a nominal consideration or rent that the commission deems appropriate. So it is not gratis. It does not specifically say it is gratis. And I feel like if Ikenakea Uluwehi is being offered this property at gratis, that Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association should also be offered gratis for our property. And then as well as if their general lease is going to be 65 years, can I request that our general lease also be 65 years? And, and that's what I'm asking for. So if that could be considered, if the commission can make a decision on that, I'd really appreciate it. Mahalo.
Next testifier, Pua Freitas, followed by Uncle Pat Kawai Ola.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I wanted to say mahalo for having this at the table and for discussion to consider, because I honestly would benefit from this, watching the wait list, and we're stagnant at the moment, but this would give me opportunity to reposition. As we're going through this steps, I'm with Jan in the revolving, allowing us several years with requirements of what one step to another, getting through the rental process first, but getting homestead ready for my own lease, for my own single dwelling unit for myself. This would be fantastic, and especially with the wraparound resource center where we are able to just start to get connected. And this will give, and if there's 40 units, this would give at least 40 different families at any given time. Some might be able to do it quickly. Some of us may do it a little bit slowly, but given the opportunity, I'm asking for that opportunity. And my goals that's set before me, but to see the homes at 700,000 is pretty much, ooh, I am in support for these rentals here on the island of Oahu, and that would be a great fit for me. I want to thank you so very much for at least allowing me to share my mana'o. Please consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Uncle Pat, followed by Johnny May Perry as the last testifier.
Can you hear me? I'm trying to start my video, Leah, but
yes,
just does not.
Can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to give testimony on this matter. And this is really not for or against. It's about the clarification that's needed for this project and one that came before. And I can already hear through the discussions of those presenters before me of the slippery slope that maybe the department is going to have to bear with, and that's in LMD, Ms. Chin, Mr. Abin, in those kinds of things, such as the gratis fee. Is it, since the ask is for gratis for this project, I've heard a testifier say, would that then be gratis for the Native Hawaiian that's on the, already has something from the department? So we're going to end up with everybody like gratis, everybody going to like 65 years. I think there should be a set process that's put in place that we all adhere to. And I believe that's in the act. It tells you what you can do, what you cannot do, as opposed to maybe the ask. And then I just need clarification on Mr. Watson. I do know that he's turned the chair over to you, Chair Kaneakua, but there was two items before, and I believe in Kahua Ranch, where he mentioned that the ROEs or these things should be changed to beneficiary control as opposed to non-native. So I just need that kind of clarification, because that would be an oxymoron if we're doing that right now and having Mr. Lam as a Native Hawaiian next door, and Kahua Ranch, who is a non-native issue. So again, thank you for allowing me to share my mana'o. And I would end by just saying I truly reserve my rights to find and bring if action is needed, because I believe the agenda for this month was not posted in a timely fashion. Again, it could be wrong because I'm not, but it's just the time frame that I'm using. So I'll reserve my right to make sure that the agenda was probably properly posted. So again, thank you for allowing me this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Pat. Mr. Perry?
Hi, thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Perry.
No
I'm
worries,
sorry.
no worries. I'm familiar with this project from the day it was occupied by the homeless, transitional housing, way back when. And I've been having Zoom meetings over time of what to become of that property over the years. What we lack in Waianae is senior homes. My husband and I, it's to a point that nobody's gonna inherit our property because our children have homes outside of homestead. And Y and I have so much unsheltered people um, of Hawaiian ancestry, but may not be on the wait list. So for these homes, I would suggest senior homes. And if that is the case, like Hali o Makana Maili, which I am very familiar with that and pushback from the community. The roads are narrow on St. John. Um, and the reason too for senior home, less usage of water. Um, l- l- the decrease in there's an elementary school by close by, which would minimize overcrowding. If this project will allow Section 8 for the seniors. And if it's to become seniors, the city, you need to work with the city to have humps. You need to also work with the city if handy van is accessible. You also need to work with the city to have the bus as public transportation. You also need to work with the city and state officials to have an exit road from St. John, maybe exit road going to Kamehameha schools and another exit um, out from St. John Road other than just from onto Farrington Highway and go to Maili. Um, also like a turnaround point for the bus and ADA compliance, water faucets and accessories, water savers in the whole unit. I think it makes better sense for senior housing since we have only two in YNI. And that's my testimony for today. Thank you.
Mahalo nui. We have a motion to accept the proposal in a second with some fairly good discussion here. We'll call for the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay, next item. Okay, the executive session reporting. We never, Okay. The commission will reconvene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. We're in executive session now. executive session, the commission reviewed and discussed and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities related to a large capacity cesspool on the homestead. Okay, next item, G1, approval to extend implementation for the Native Hawaiian Development Program Plan. Andrew Choi and Gigi Carell.
On top.
Hello, Commissioners. Before I do G1, I just wanted to mahalo Commissioner Neves for his years of service and echo all of the accolades that were well-deserved this morning to him. Your voice will be missed.
Thank you.
Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission extends the implementation period of the Native Hawaiian Development Program Plan for 2 years through June 30th, 2027. With me today, I have Gigi Kairel, who will take you through the submittal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gigi Kairel, Grant Specialist, DHHL Planning Office. Before you is the Native Hawaiian Development Program Plan. It is in our rules. We are to update it every 2 years. The last time we updated it was 2014. We've been extending it ever since then. And we're coming to you again to extend it one more time. This will allow us to offer grant assistance this year. And from earlier submittal for the budget, we are receiving $9 million of state funds to give out in grants. Also, by extending the NHDPP, we're offering the CTAR agricultural assistance on Molokai, Hawaii Island, and hopefully Maui and Kauai. We do intend, we have a consultant on board who will help us on a more thorough update to the plan so that it reflects today's community needs and department priorities. We haven't had the staffing in the past or the resources. But we are intending to do a comprehensive update more towards the fall. But in the meantime, we do need one more extension so we can run the grant cycle for later this year. That's it.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, discussion. Any question? Commissioner Kaliki?
Just a comment. Are the G items named after you?
I'm sorry?
No.
Very great presentation.
I did want to mention that, we are looking at training. There's been a demand for the old Kulia Ikanu'u program. Many homesteaders remember that from years ago. So we're going to slowly try to bring some of that back because there's a lot of new board members, a lot of new associations that have been created. So
That's a good point, Chair. I've heard plenty of feedback too about the Kulia Ikanu'u.
Yeah, it was a good program. Any other comments or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gigi. Okay, next item. C4, for information only, legislative proposals for 2026. Ori?
Anoe Mikia Aloha and Akomikina o Wao o Oriana Leao, Nahaza Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C4 for information only, legislative proposals for 2026. Next slide, please. Annually, DHHL prepares and submits legislative proposals for inclusion in the Governor's Administrative Package for the next session of the Hawaii State Legislature. For the 2026 package, DHHL is soliciting recommendations from the Hawaiian Homes Commission, DHHL staff, beneficiaries, other stakeholders, and the public. Next slide, please. Proposals must be 1, sound public policy, 2, address DHHL's operations, programs, regulations, processes, budget and/or resources, or 3, create a benefit or an advantage for the department, the trust, or trust beneficiaries, or otherwise correct a deficiency. Authors of proposals should keep in mind that amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, require review by the U.S. Department of the Interior, and may require the consent of the U.S. Congress prior to implementation. Legislative proposals received by the department will be reviewed and evaluated by staff, and staff will determine which will be submitted for consideration and approval by the commission. LPs approved by the commission will move forward for consideration for the governor's administrative package. The governor may choose not to include certain or all legislative proposals submitted by the commission. LPs that are approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission but not included in the governor's administrative package may be introduced independently of the administrative package. To provide a timeline, today kicks off solicitation for legislative proposals. You all, as well as DHHL staff, stakeholders, previous testifiers can expect to receive an email. I also attend in-person and virtual meetings with beneficiaries to get the word out that we are soliciting legislative proposals. If you all as commissioners are aware of community meetings that I should attend in order to share this information, please let me know. The deadline for legislative proposals is July 28th. Again, it's July 28th. From there, I have the responsibility of submitting a draft legislative proposal package at the August 18th Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting. This is the opportunity for commissioners to decide what they would like to include or exclude or amend in the package. And finally, by September 15th, I'll have a final legislative package approved by the commission. To get involved, simply go to our website at dhhl.hawaii.gov/government-relations. There's an online form that is easy to fill out. Click submit, and that's all that's needed. If you have a draft bill, please also submit that as well. And with that being said, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ori. So this coming session is the second year of the biennium.
Correct.
Does that mean that all of the bills that was submitted on behalf of DHHL we're going to resubmit again, automatic?
Yes, the bills from last session, as long as they were not deferred, they do roll over into this session. However, the department also has the privilege of reintroducing them with amendments.
Okay. I know we had several, like the PIG one. So. Thank you.
Mahalo. Okay, mahalo, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Ori.
That was easy, right?
Thank you. Oriana, thank you.
Okay, the next item, D1, HSD status reports. Juan Garcia, for information only.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. D1 is HSD status reports. Exhibit A is the Homestead Lease and Application Totals and Activity Report. Exhibit B is the Delinquency Report, and this month we have Exhibit C, which is the guarantee issued by the department to Hawaii Community Lending. This one is for a permanent loan. Do you have any questions? I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Mahalo. Listen, it's a simple one. I know you know the answer. So I'm looking at page 3 of statewide lease application totals. Yeah.
Yes.
And on the bottom we have 47,000. I turn to the next page. The wait list is about 30. So my question is, what is the difference?
Yeah, so the 29,589, that represents the number of individuals, which represents the 47,000. So as you know, an applicant can apply for two should they wish to do so, a res and an ag or a res and a pastoral.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be on record.
You're just testing me, right?
No. Mahalo, Juan. Thank you.
Any other questions? Later. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Juan.
Mahalo.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Okay, E3 for, again, information only updates, development process and award schedule. Kalani Franda, for information only.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Once again, for the record, Kalani Franda, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. Presentation is before you, and thank you for your time. No, I'm just kidding. Real quick. So we're going to go through a quick LDD process, just taking up the opportunity to kind of share the process that we go through and what we're anticipating as we move in this new direction. Just a reminder for us on why we do what we do. Next slide, please. This is something that we've been utilizing as we go throughout, sharing at the different orientation meetings, at the different lot selections, et cetera, is that we've issued out about 10,000 leases in this past 100 years. And I want to say during a period of time back in early 2000s, we had a time during that particular administration where we did a lot. And the department did about 2,000 leases at that time. We're doing 6,000 in this next couple years. So just to kind of put into perspective of the type of work and aggressiveness that we're doing with this department today. So with the 600 million, a lot of it is going towards infrastructure. We've 29 projects of it. We will encumber everything prior to the date of 2026 and the fiscal year 2026. We encumbered about 85% already. The 15% was subject to a release of funds, and so that we mahalo not only the legislature but also Deputy Lambert for working with us and with the legislature on being able to get those funds released. So we're going to be moving forward and we'll encumber it once they become available. So I want to say by Q1 of next fiscal year, we should have encumbered the entire 600 million. Next slide. This is really to kind of show that here's the process that we go through from a department. The very top one is what is shown on the financial, the annual reports for the department. So the process we go through on beneficiary consultation, planning, environmental compliance, design and engineering, infrastructure construction, house construction, and lease award. The bottom phases of development is what the governor has for his housing pipeline. So what we're doing is making sure that we create some alignments to show where the monies are being spent and how we're getting that ready so we can be able to address as Juan had mentioned, a lot of numbers, but roughly about 29,000 lessees that we're looking at addressing. In the months to come, we'll start to align those and show you exactly where the monies are going and where it's being used. A lot of it right now is in infrastructure, and infrastructure is where the need is. And for us to be able to get our site work done and being able to work with partners so we can start to get lessees on our lands. Next, thank you. So the new approach is starting off with project leases. This helps us do a couple of things. And the first one is assuring our waitlisters that the access that they have with the 50%, they can now pass it on to someone who's 25%. So being able to pass it on to their successor right away. What that also does is we're able to start to work with our service providers, and they go through financial assessments to see what can our beneficiaries afford. You've heard concerns come up from our beneficiaries. Hey, we cannot afford that, so you're going to bypass me again. Well, we're kind of phasing out of that shortly, and we're moving into building based upon what they can afford. And so our different programs, you're going to see very shortly what these options are and what we're giving them. We also go through, so as we find out what the financial assessments are, some of them, like people that I know very well, myself, is the financial literacy portion of it. I'm a beneficiary that is very low on the list, so I'm like 29,000 something, because I just put my name on last year, or a couple years ago. And the beauty of it is we have partners that can walk with our beneficiaries to get them ready. And it can come ready in many different forms. It's getting your credit report up, working through the process of what does that look like, what do I have to do. And one of the things that, in talking with Michelle Hitzman, I think is in the back of me, and I'm going to ask her to join me, is, she told others that have been asking, I can't afford that. What about this stuff? And she goes, hey, don't be scared. Just come, we can help. And a lot of times we got to get them over that hump of not being afraid that someone's going to walk with them through it. And so the wonderful thing is we have service providers that are equipping their staff so they can walk our beneficiaries through the process. And then what this does is now the developers got a program of how to build their houses or how to build out the lots. So if someone can only afford a 2-bedroom house, then that's what we're going to build, a 2-bedroom house. If some of them can't even qualify financially, but they can qualify for these LIHTC programs and LIHTC units, then great. They have now an opportunity to be able to go through, have a place that they can live in with their families, have some assurance that not only them, but their families and generations to come can have some place that they call home. Doesn't that sound good? I feel like I'm preaching at a church right now. But it's an exciting time. It's not an easy process. And so just wanted to make sure that we got it on record and sharing, and each month we're going to come back, continue to elaborate on what this looks like. So I'm going to ask Michelle Hitzman, who is here before you, and for the record, she's the Housing Project Branch Manager.
Good afternoon. So we redid our presentation, so our award schedule is a little easier to view on the screen. So up to date, from January through May, again, we are showing what we did to this point. West Oahu, 665 project leases, Pu'uhana, lot awards. So these are actual turnkey homes, there was 91. And West Hawaii project lease awards, 390. Next, please. So upcoming, this is our remaining schedule for this year. Up there, we're basically just showing the large projects, right? Like the project lease offers, as well as any of our turnkey offers. These particular offers will actually hit the wait list. So we just wanted to show the numbers of leases that will be issued during these offers. One thing I did want to point out, and we're not showing it on the schedule, because again, we're just pointing out all the large projects that we're doing, that we are doing scattered lot offers as well. So to date, we have active offers. We are offering one home in Kalavahine. We just offered one home in Kaupe'a. 2 homes in Lalamilo will be going out on Friday. And then we have 2 homes in La'iopua, Kaneohale, that will be going out probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So again, aside from these large project offers, we are still doing these small one-off scattered lot offers. Thank you.
And the scattered lots are those lots that are coming back from HSD, and we got to go back and award them. However, sometimes it requires work to be done on the houses, and so we do that work, and then we re-award it again. Sometimes the houses are okay. They might have a tree in the middle of the house, but the awardee was like, I'm going to take them anyway. And we've actually done that. But it's, we're making sure that what we award is we're getting those scattered lots out there again. So just to keep you informed on that. So development of infrastructure, we have a bunch of work that's happening all throughout the islands. So you've heard it in Hawaii Island, we came before you with a proposal that said we're going to work along with the county. We have one that we're going to come back later on in the year, talk to you guys, share with you about what's happening in Maui. Probably next year, share with you guys some work that we're doing with Board of Water Supply or Department of Water Supply in Kauai. And then also Maui again with the Lanai one because of the lack of resources that they have there. So a lot of our communities, we don't have this type of infrastructure. So we need to go in and actually build it from scratch. That's the reason why we started to look at different acquisitions, which I'll cover in a little while. We also got to figure out how we do wastewater. And you've heard before on where our aging communities are. We got to bring it up to par. How do we get our cesspools into compliance by 2050? Well, on the new stuff, we got to make sure that we're building it to code, building it and complying with what the county can accept, because we don't have a wastewater plant staff. We need those that we can partner with that can actually manage it. So we build it up to code based upon the county codes and based upon federal regulations, and make sure that we can then turn it over upon completion of it. We're also doing drainage systems, roadway infrastructure and lighting, all of that for us to, and we were asked by the ledge before, so you build it and now you got to come back in and ask for maintenance monies to manage it. We want to build it up to code so we can be able to turn it over and convey it back over to the county so they can be able to manage that. That just makes it more efficient for us. And so what we're doing with our aging communities is bringing those up to code right now and working on strategically moving those over little by little. So our options that we provide our beneficiaries are several. One is, okay, having hard time, credit issues, only make so much money, rent with option to purchase. What does that look like? I'll give you an example. We have awards that are coming up in Laiupua shortly. We had a very successful workshop that provided information not only to those that are interested in the rent with option to purchase, but those that are living there right now. Because there are a lot of questions that came up, and some of them were awarded these lots and these units during COVID. And you guys remember the process of COVID. It was not an easy process. And so we shared with them, what does that look like? So I had a chance to talk with a beneficiary. He received something, and he was going through a time of, he tried like 4 times, and he couldn't qualify. He made just a little bit too much, but he didn't make enough to buy the turnkey stuff. And so he was like, you know what? Maybe I can go back to my employer, ask them if I can adjust some things. Or the employer said, hey, would you mind taking less hours? I'm going to pay you a little bit less. He goes, oh, I was going to come back and ask you about that. He goes, no, I'm actually selling the company, so I need everybody to take less hours. And it actually worked out for him because he was raising his family of 5 in an apartment in Kona. And just with that little adjustment, his family, his oldest son was 13 years old, never lived in a house before. And he goes, Dad, so I get to live in a house now? And the opportunity was amazing. So they, family of 5, now have a house with rooms that they can live, a yard that they can play in, and they've been there for a couple of years. But those are just one of the many testimonies that we've been getting for these people that cannot afford the turnkey. They cannot afford the time of doing self-help, but they work so many jobs, and their credit is still needs to be worked on. So the service providers are helping them get through it, but they can live in the house in the meantime. And so that's the rent with option to purchase. Turnkey homes, we had a number of different families this past Saturday come in already pre-qualified for the 5-bedroom house because they said, we're ready, we got the project lease a couple months ago, we're ready. And they came in. I mean, it wasn't just 1 or 2, it was a number of them. But not everybody's ready for that. Some of them can only do self-help housing. So we're working with the different nonprofit organizations. But in all of that, the developer has to kind of work and program based upon the beneficiary's expectations or financial capacities. So those are all the options. We're also doing owner-builder lots, but it's not owner-builder lots, go build it on your own. We're coming up with resources. Who are the lenders? Who are the service providers to help you through that? Who are the GCs that can help walk you through that, etc. Next item. With that, just an opportunity for us to share update of the process. where our awards schedule, and if we can invite some of the commissioners to the different orientations and awards that are happening on your islands, that would be wonderful. It might give chair an opportunity to rest on going to the orientations, and you can take his place and be able to welcome those that are there. But thank you again for the opportunity for us to share the process of development as well as the award schedule. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, G2 for information only, DHHL Water Policy Plan, status and implementation plan for fiscal year 2026. Andrew Choi, Cherie Kanana, and Jonathan Scher.
Thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners. Item G2 for information only. The Planning Office is going to give an update on the Water Policy Plan implementation status for the previous fiscal year 2025 and look ahead to implementation of the plan in fiscal year 2026. With me today, I have Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, the Department's Water Policy Consultant, and Cherie Ka'anana, the Department's Water Resource Specialist, who will be doing the presentation.
Aloha, Sri Kanana, Water Program Specialist. So today we'll be going over the Water Policy Plan, as Andrew mentioned, and we will be doing 4 separate parts. So Jonathan will be going over the first 2 parts, and then I'll be following up with the last 2 sections.
Aloha mai kako, Commissioners. Always a pleasure to be with you. Bittersweet with Commissioner Nevis's last meeting, and I believe Mr. Choi's final submittal. But I think the basic reason I'm happy to be here is that this commission took a leap forward in 2014 and passed a water policy, the first time in the history of the trust since 1921 that there was a consistent position that they would take on water issues both across time and across the vast geography of the lands that you steward. And it's had some important returns. I'm going to ground you a little bit on sort of the origins of why we ended up with a water policy. If you go to the next slide. And the following one. The main point, I know history at 2:37 in the afternoon might seem like a little bit much, but there's a reason for it. And the reason is this. If there's one truism about water and this trust, is that the control of outside forces over water has been used to manipulate whether or not we get to be successful in our mission. From before the trust was even created, up through this day. If you go to the next slide. Just a couple snippets from a debate in December of 1920 before the US Congress Committee on the Territories in the Senate. The way people were arguing against passage of the act. Albert Horner sent in written testimony from Honolulu. He was with American Canners. And he used the fact that Kuhio had finally secured more support for the act by excluding the best agricultural lands in the state, the best watered agricultural lands in the state, and had secured the drier lands for the Homesteading Act. Mr. Horner used that fact to argue against passage of the act at all. He said, oh, because there's no water, you shouldn't even allow this act to become law. And if you go to the next slide, A.G.M. Robertson, who was not just a member of the Honolulu Rifles, but also went on to become Hawaii Supreme Court Chief Justice, and then retired and went into private practice again. He traveled all the way to Washington, D.C. on behalf of Parker Ranch to argue against passage of the act. And Parker Ranch was going to lose about 50,000 acres of land, but that wasn't what he testified against. He testified against all the funding provisions of the act, saying that this was water, this money, particularly money for irrigation, was going to come out of the pockets of the white taxpayers of the territory. And he had this whole argument that this act was discriminatory against whites in the territory. But he used the lack of water and the amount of money it will take to bring water to our lands as a means to try and defeat passage of the act and even not have things continue. If you go to the next slide, this is continued through the implementation of the act. So there used to be a newspaper in Honolulu called the Honolulu Record, and this article from 1957 notes that your predecessors on the Hawaiian Homes Commission were trying to build homesteads in Waimanalo, and they said, we're ready to deliver 100 homesteads. And at the time, there was the Honolulu Board of Water Supply serving more of urban Honolulu, and then there was another county agency called the Suburban Water System that was providing water to other areas. And they said, hey, if you give us water, we can deliver these homesteads now. And they said, sorry, we don't have enough water to deliver to you. At the same time, they were delivering massive amounts of water for Harold Castle's developments in Kaneohe. Sounds familiar, right? So in recognition of this, in 1990, next slide, the legislature, looking at this history, gives power to the new Water Commission, which had only been created 4 years earlier, and gives them this amazing power to reserve water for our future use, anywhere in the state, and kapu it for our use versus any other uses. But 11 years later, if you go to the next slide, a Law Journal article notes that even with this new power, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Water Commission working together had only secured 3 water reservations in over a decade for a small amount of land on Oahu and a small amount of land on Molokai, much less not most of the aina ho'opulapula. So this is the historic context where, again, outside forces who control water continue to use that leverage in our ability and leverage it against our ability to deliver homesteads. If you go to the next slide. So the water policy plan was developed in that context. If you go to the next slide, main point in the second of the 4 parts, as I said before, this is the first time when the Hawaiian Homes Commission took this action, first time since 1921. Every other water decision was made on a case-by-case basis. One way this side of Hawaii Island, one way this side of Kauai, one way this year, a different way next year. So the first time there was a consistent policy. No, please, sorry. It was not developed in isolation. It was developed after 2 years of beneficiary consultation. And it has actually led to repeated success, not just in securing reservations for all 200,000 acres of land, but also in actually securing some wet water. And probably most importantly, sorry, Michael, developing trust with beneficiaries, that they've actually started to trust us when we pursue our water developments. If you go to the next slide. So the development of the water policy plan took place over 2 years. We did extensive background research, securing records from around the state and within the agency. We held scoping interviews with homestead leaders, with water policy experts, with all 4 departments of water supply. And then we held in 2013, 10 beneficiary meetings in 6 islands that went over the basic water rights of the department and the beneficiaries and the commission. And we asked for information on what water issues each of their communities were facing. We took all that information, we grouped it into themes, we developed a draft policy, and we brought it to the Hawaiian Homes Commission in early 2014, but not as a final policy, just as a draft to take out again, to go back to the beneficiaries and say, did we get this right? Did we hear you correctly on what these things should be? So we took that draft policy out where they actually ranked the goals and ranked the policies as the most important ones to them. We then brought that back, and in June of 2014, the Commission adopted the policy. If you go to the next slide. It has a number of sections. The vision and mission are directly from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. The statement of values comes from the beneficiary outreach that we did. The policy and goals were developed also from that beneficiary outreach, as well as what staff were telling us they were struggling with in how to develop water to deliver homesteads. And a requirement that was actually put into place by the previous Hawaii Island Commissioner, they said, you know what, we don't want to just pass a policy and never hear from you guys. We want you to come every year in your June meeting and tell us how you did over the last year and what your plans are for the coming year. So that's what this meeting is today. There's 4 priority goals and 4 priority policies, and I put the full text up there, which is probably too much to read, but to summarize the 2 together, we have a commitment to advocate for our rights, to not step back and to try and get along by getting along, but actually step forward and say, no, we have certain rights that we're supposed to be supporting. we made a commitment in response to a lot of beneficiary frustration, not just to tell them after we've made water decisions, but go before we make major water decisions, meet with the community, do beneficiary consultation, and then report afterwards on how we're doing. And then also to partner with beneficiaries in terms of education and advocacy. If you go to the next slide, and the one after that. And then finally, one of the ways we do this is through this implementation program. So Cherie will now talk through what we accomplished in the last year and what we hope to accomplish in the coming year.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. So since the passing of the water policy plan that addresses these outside forces that Jonathan mentioned, we've had a lot of achievements and a lot of successes. So for the past fiscal year, these are some of the notable accomplishments in no particular order. There's more information in the submittal. So first, continued advocacy to defend our water rights. As we mentioned, this is a really important part of the water policy plan. This past year at various water boards and water commissions, thanks to strong support from our beneficiaries and from leadership in the department, we are able to advocate for DHHL's water rights, the Hawaiian Homes Commission's water rights, and our beneficiaries' water rights on various important water-related kuleana. Additionally, we had continued progress toward water source developments in Kona and Maui. For one of the North Kona wells, during the comment period for the environmental assessment and Kapa'akai analysis, there was no opposition from beneficiaries or from the community. And this is incredibly significant because this type of support is paramount to the success of our projects. Additionally, we had beneficiary empowerment through water law leadership training with the Kahuliaus Center at the William S. Richardson School of Law. This past year, we completed 2 additional cohorts. Some of you folks were a part of that cohort. And we saw a significant increase of testimony and advocacy at other water-related boards and commissions, which is just one sign of success because there is so much support and testimony at different county councils, at the legislature, and at the Water Commission. It was incredibly impactful. Next is the implementation of the top priority project for Hawaii Island. The Water Viola project was a critical initiative for addressing the affordability of water for our Kailapa residents. Next is the approval of the procedure of the selection of the Hawaiian Homes Commission representative to the Ahawaiʻo Maui Hikina. We came to you in January, I believe, to confirm our representative, but this is the first time that we have had a seat held for us at any water commission or water board, and due to that, there was no procedure. So we created that procedure, incorporating beneficiary feedback and approving that process to successfully nominate and confirm our representative once more. And then lastly, changes to the state's permitting process. The Water Commission has these permits called well construction pump installation permits. If it is in a non-designated water management area, which most of our lands are, that typically means that no public notice is provided, there's limited review, there's limited opportunity for due process, limited opportunity for comments, no analysis on public trust purposes of water, including our reservations, up until recently. So DHHL provided testimony on this, and we actually got them to confirm that going forward, they will forward any well construction pump installation permits to the department for review, which is significant because we have water reservations and we have water rights. Next slide, please. So looking forward, these are some of the goals that we want to achieve in the upcoming fiscal year. It's expanded upon in Exhibit B. Firstly, continued water advocacy, specifically through the support of the review for water use permits, the support of the Ahawaiʻo Maui Hikina, work related to the Waimea Watershed Agreement in Kauai, and regular training with our beneficiaries with Kahuliau across the Pai'aina about our water rights. Additionally, continued training. This includes workshops for the water policy plan in communities where beneficiary advocacy is anticipated to yield the most significant impact on water project outcomes. This is reflected by the Kona comment period where we had no opposition. So we see from that example that it's really important to include our beneficiaries and make sure that they're aware of their rights. Additionally, for planning and studies, this includes due diligence on the potential acquisition of the Molokai irrigation system and the water system rate survey for our 4 water systems. Another goal is the protection of our existing water reservations and seeking new reservations for our lands, whether it's in areas where water just isn't sufficient enough and we need more water, or for some of our new land acquisitions. And then finally, last but not least, source development efforts. This includes our efforts in West Kauai and on Maui. Next slide, please. Thank you. If you have any questions, please just let us know. Thank you.
Any questions? You guys up? No, I guess we got no questions. Thank you very much. We've heard this before, so we're very familiar with this. Good job, good job.
There's going to be a quiz after this.
Thank you for seeing that.
It's late in the day, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, what we got now? Oh, okay, we've come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for participating. There is no community meeting tonight. We do have that thing at the Governor's Mansion at 5 o'clock. Tomorrow's agenda, oh, by the way, on that event, that's just a social thing. Please don't talk business there. Just, meet people and mingle and have a good time. Okay, tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30 a.m. here at Halepunui. And mahalo for those out there. We are recessed for today. Hello.